I can't see any reason that that would be admissible evidence in this court, so I would not allow that question. And Mr. Jones, that's not something that you're going to be able to talk about because it would not be proper in this case at this level, okay? And then the deplatforming, Attorney Pattis, did you want to address the deplatforming issue? This is a hearing in damages.
No.
Okay, so the deplatforming issue is not an issue, sir, for this jury to address, all right? So again, no one's going to ask you. If the question's asked, you'll hear an objection, motion, and limine ruling or something like that. You're not to mention the deplatforming. All right, so I would appreciate it if there is any concern that a question is going to elicit any of the testimony that I've just addressed with Mr. Jones, that we follow what Attorney Pattis says and just, say something along the lines of objection, motion, and limine. All right, and sir, and I assume there will be because there have been objections throughout the trial so far, but I'm sure your attorney has told you if someone makes such an objection, just don't answer and let me deal with it. Okay? All right, can we get our jury now? They got here early, so I'd like to get started.
Please, Judge.
Okay. And while we're waiting to bring out the panel, as I try to remember to say every day, in accordance with judicial branch policy, only the specific individuals or entities who were authorized to record or photograph or video may do so. Anyone who does so without permission will have their device or devices confiscated and will be removed from the courtroom. So please make sure we abide by that rule. And also, if you haven't already done so, turn off your Apple Watches and phones, or at least put them to vibrate. I've done that myself. Good morning, good morning, good morning. On this rainy day today, I think it's our first day of bad weather. Welcome back, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Ron's handing out your notebooks. Please be seated, make yourselves comfortable. Counsel stipulate that the entire panel has returned.
Yes, Your Honor. I do.
All right, and Ron, I asked, and there were no notes with any jury conduct issues. And I'll just try to remind you every day, if and when something comes up, please make sure you follow that procedure. I want to thank you for your patience this morning. I know you were actually all here early, but we had some technical equipment issues that we had to deal with. But I guess it was a good day that you got your coffee machine in there. So I thought that might come in handy. You're very welcome. All right, Attorney Maddie, whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning. The plaintiff is called Alex Jones.
Very well. Mr. Jones? Just watch the chords in your step when you come up. Remain standing.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Then I just need you to state your name, slowly spelling your last name for the record and the town in which you live.
Starting with my last name?
No, just state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Alexander E. Jones, Jones.
And your town?
Austin, Texas.
So there's word here on the picture.
Oh, great. Thank you.
If you want a bottle of water.
Thank you.
Just let Mr. Jones get situated.
Hold on.
Thanks.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mr. Jones, you're here pursuant to a subpoena today, is that correct?
Yes.
You were deposed in Connecticut earlier this year, and at that time, I arranged to have a subpoena served on you to assure that you would appear at this trial, correct?
I believe so.
And you could have come to this courtroom at any time since we've started if you wanted to, correct?
Yes.
Right. In fact, you know where the courthouse is because you've given press conferences right outside this courthouse yesterday and the day before, correct?
Yes.
But this is the first time you've been in the courtroom. Yes?
Yes.
This is the first time you've been under oath in this
Yes.
case, right? And you understand that the families that I represent brought this case against you about 4 years ago
Yes.
to seek justice from this jury for what you did to them, correct? You understand that's why we're here?
I understand they sued me, yes.
Right. And this is an important case. You understand that?
I mean, that's an opinion.
Okay. You don't think this is an important case? That's a yes or no, sir.
It's not, I don't really
That's
think
a
it is a
yes or no.
case. I don't think it is a case.
Okay. There's gonna be a lot of this today. And
Objection, Judge.
All right, so let's iron out the wrinkles now. If you can answer the question with a yes or no, Mr. Jones, answer it with a yes or no. And if you don't know the answer, you can say you don't know the answer. And of course, if there's an objection, you'll just wait for me to rule on the objection.
this is an important case, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
I think this is historic.
Okay. Mr. Jones, the judge just gave you an instruction.
Objection.
To answer the question, yes or
Objection,
no.
return to court.
So I'll
Should we do it again?
do this. So the question, Mr. Jones, is it an important case? And the answers that you can give are yes, no, or I don't know.
Yes.
You can understand why it would be very important to the families I represent, correct?
Yes.
But it's also important to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you've been using this case as a marketing opportunity over the past couple of weeks, haven't you?
No.
Mr. Jones, you created a new website on Infowars.com called Kangaroo Court, just so your followers can watch this case, haven't you?
That's not a website.
What would you call a web page on Infowars.com?
It's a page.
Okay, page, thank you for that correction. There's a web page on Infowars.com that you've titled Kangaroo Court, so that your followers can watch what's happening here, right?
Yes, that's my opinion.
Okay, and why don't we pull up, actually, Exhibit 504. This is, just for the witness, please. Exhibit 504, there's a screen down there for you, Mr. Jones. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, is that the Kangaroo Court page that you've had up and running?
Yes.
Okay, I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right.
And you see here, you've been clipping testimony that's been happening in this courtroom over the last couple of weeks, haven't you?
I have not been clipping, no.
You don't do that yourself. You have your employees do that.
I'm not even directing it.
Oh, okay, so you didn't know that this was happening?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No, I've not been there, and I don't direct most of the headlines.
They just know that this is what you want, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm not supposed to talk about the prior rulings.
Excuse me, sir.
So how do I answer why I think something's a kangaroo court if I'm not supposed to say why I think it is?
The question that I just asked you, sir, was whether you knew that your employees wanted to do this, whether they knew that you wanted them to do
Renew
this.
my objection on speculation.
And it's the same ruling. Do you understand that question, sir, or do you want it played back or repeated? Because I want to make sure you're answering the question that's asked.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they agree with me. That's why they put that headline up.
And right above there, as you're saying, watch highlights from the Alex Jones Sandy Hook Kangaroo Court hearings, you're running an ad for Brain Force Plus, right?
Yes.
Order today, right? This is what you're showing your audience. The next generation of advanced neural activation and nootropics. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how much is that going for on InfoWarsStore.com right now with the sale?
I don't know.
And ever since this trial started, and you've been calling it a kangaroo court yourself, right?
Yes.
Right. And you've called this judge a tyrant, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you actually use that word a lot with your audience. You call people tyrants, don't you?
only when they act like it.
Okay. And one way that you've been conveying to your audience that Judge Bellis has been acting like a tyrant is by showing her with lasers coming out of her eyes, right? You know you did that?
I didn't direct that. First time I saw it was in court.
Oh, so you've been watching this?
Yeah, I've been watching.
Okay. You could have just watched from the stage.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
But you've been broadcasting your show during this trial, haven't you?
I have taped some of my show.
Let's pull up 477.
Full exhibit.
Is this full?
This should be in already.
It is a full exhibit.
And what was it, Ron? 477?
477, Your Honor.
This is the tyrant you've been telling your audience about, right? Yeah?
I'm barred from saying why I said it, so
I didn't
can't-
ask you why.
Oh,
This is the tyrant you've been telling your audience about, right?
I believe,
Sir?
So, Mr. Jones,
yes,
look at me.
Yes.
It's yes, no, or I don't know.
I don't know
The answer is you don't know.
about that. I didn't make
No,
that.
no. This is the tyrant pictured here that you've been telling your audience about, right?
I thought you were asking me again about the image or about me believing this is tyrannical. What's,
No, no.
Can you restate the question, please?
Sure. I'll restate it for the third time for you.
Objection to the comments, move to strike.
This is,
And we have one motion, okay, thank you.
this picture right here, that's Judge Bellis, correct?
Yes,
Lasers coming out of her eyes, correct?
yes,
That's who you've been referring to as a tyrant to your audience, correct?
yes,
Okay, and you refer to tyrants to your audience a lot, right?
some,
Right. Tyrants are people who are going to oppress others and strip them of their freedoms, correct?
that's a common definition.
Right. And you've not just called Judge Bellis a tyrant, but you said that this whole thing, what's happening here, is part of a plot, isn't it?
Objection, motion eliminate.
No, not the whole thing. I think the jury's
Motion
real.
eliminate.
So, can I have that question again?
Yeah, I think what I asked,
Don't
Judge,
answer, go ahead.
Understand.
Thank you.
what you've been telling your audience is that this whole thing is part of a plot, I believe is what I asked.
Objection, motion eliminate. Politics.
That's a yes or no.
It's a yes, no, or I don't know, sir.
I thought there was, well, withdrawn. May we approach briefly?
Yes, sir.
He's going to talk about if this goes on, he'll read this, that, and everything else. And I thought that politics, was out of it. He thinks this is a plot orchestrated by. Excuse me. I don't mean that. He thinks this trial reflects the effort of tyrants to silence him, including George Soros, Hillary Clinton, and others. And by asking this question, the door is being opened. I said it's part of the plot. Yeah, that opens the door.
And it hasn't just been, can we pull that back up?
I didn't hear the question.
I haven't asked one yet. It hasn't just been this way that you've been depicting the tyrant. Let me show you Exhibit 477. Is this 477? One moment. You also have displayed Judge Bellis engulfed in flames, haven't you, to your audience?
No, one of my crew made that. They make thousands of images.
Thousands of images.
Just
sir.
1 second. Is this a full exhibit?
No, it's not, Your Honor.
Pull it down, pull it down, pull it down. I'd offer it. He
No
just,
objection, Judge, I forgot the number.
461.
469.
1.
Thank you.
Do we have a bench copy?
Not at the moment, Your Honor. And that's Judge Bellis on the right there, isn't it?
Yes,
Engulfed in flames. And
that's it.
I didn't ask who the other person
Oh,
was.
that's okay.
Yeah, that's another judge, right?
Objection, motion eliminate.
That's not what I was gonna say.
Objection, motion eliminate.
That's another
There's no
producer's
question
report.
pending.
That's,
So, Mr. Jones, because your attorney stood up and objected, so remember when there's an.
I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
but you,
Just-
Yeah, another
just
person
one
made this
second,
report.
Just remember that when there's an objection, just,
be quiet.
yeah, that's where you put it, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Another, one of your employees made that, right? Greg Reese?
Yes, it's another producer, it's an independent producer, his report that was made that we later featured on the site. I first learned about it in the last court case. But yes, I think it's showing that Lady Liberty's being burned up by due process being erased.
And Mr. Jones, Greg Reese, are you saying he's not an employee of yours?
I believe he's a contractor now.
Okay, you pay him, yes?
Yes,
Okay, you pay him to create these video segments, right?
I mean,
Greg Reese reports,
he independently makes what he wants.
and you pay him for it.
Yes,
All right, and you paid him, you can take that down, you paid him to create a little mini documentary about Bill Aldenberg just this past week, didn't you?
I don't know who Bill Aldenberg is. Oh, he's the FBI guy, I remember now.
Yeah, so you paid him to make a little mini documentary featuring Bill Aldenberg, didn't you?
I think I saw a thumbnail for it. I don't believe I've watched it.
Mr. Jones, you aired it on your show, haven't you?
I have a fill-in crew. I've been here.
No, Mr. Jones. This was last week. You were in Austin last
Well,
week.
I don't watch the breaks, so
Okay, so what happens is when you're on your show, you go to break and they just show some video, and you have no knowledge of it. Is that what you're saying?
I watch a lot of it, but no, I go eat food. I go to the bathroom. I hadn't seen. I remember now seeing an article about it or something about it.
Take a look at Exhibit 513, Mr. Jones. Just pull it for Mr. Jones.
ID at this
513.
point, sir.
513.
ID at this point, sir.
Yes. You have it? You have it, Mr. Jones, right in front of you?
Oh, that's-
That's it, right? That's a still shot from Greg Reese reports
Yes,
featuring Bill Aldenberg.
I haven't. I don't remember this report, but I remember this fella. Don't know who he is. Never said his name till I saw him up here talking about me. And then I have seen this report posted. I haven't watched it.
Mr. Jones, you don't know if you ever said his name.
I'm sorry.
I've never said his name till
You
now.
know that?
Oh, okay. Show us.
Let's pull up Exhibit 50 before we get to that. Then.
I mean, you mean recently?
There's no question, sir.
Wait for the question.
Yeah.
Exhibit 50, is that Fuller?
It should be.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It is.
Mr. Jones, this has been introduced as a chart of all of the days for which you didn't produce any videos to us in which you talked about Sandy Hook. So let's start with April 8th, 2013. Did you say Bill Aldenberg's name on that day?
I don't believe so. I don't remember him. I don't believe so.
You don't know, do you?
I think I've said like two
Excuse
people's
me.
names.
You don't know whether you said Bill Aldenberg's name, do you?
From my memory, I never seen him before till he sued me.
So
And he said he never heard of me.
Again.
I'm sorry until
I'm
then.
going to ask my question again. Why don't we just scroll through this
Okay.
as we do? Is it your sworn testimony to this jury that you never said Bill Aldenberg's name on any of these days here? Do you know that?
I got a pretty good memory, and the first I heard of him from my memory was when he sued me. But this was over 10 years. I mean, that's my recollection. I have never heard about him until I'm like, who's this FBI guy added to the list?
So
Yeah.
let's just make it clear then. You said 10 years ago. We got October 4th, 2021. So I just want to know.
Oh, I may have talked about him
I just
recently.
want to know.
Yeah.
I just want to know.
Yeah.
Because you're here under oath. This is our chance.
Objection, Judge.
So I want-
Strike the commentary.
I want to know whether you can tell this jury under oath that you never said Bill Aldenberg's name. Yes or no?
Not until recently. I don't believe I ever said his name.
Yes or no?
Objection, he has
I
answered.
mean, I think I just said his name. I think I've said his name recently. I can't remember.
Okay. What about before? Can you tell? Can you tell this jury?
I don't believe I ever did.
So you don't know, do you?
If you've got me saying it, please show me. Refresh
Well,
my
I'm
memory.
asking you.
No, it was news to me when he sued me. I didn't know who he
All right,
was.
Mr. Jones. Well, let's pull up 513. I'd offer it. I don't know if it's been formally admitted yet. This is the Greg Reese reports. I'd offer it.
I don't know whether the writings are going to run afoul. May I speak to Attorney Manning?
Absolutely.
Do you have it?
I need to review the writings in lieu of the court's prior rulings, Judge.
Give him a moment.
Take your time.
Can we scroll down on it, please? Is there more than what's displayed on the screen?
Can you scroll down for Attorney Pattis?
That's it.
If that's it, if all is on the screen, no objection. If there's no text accompanying it.
We'll add it. We'll offer it.
All right, full exhibit.
So this is your webpage, band.video, right?
Yes.
You ran this video last week. You see here, Alex Jones, Kangaroo Court, watch day one, right?
My crew posted this.
Yeah. Mr. Jones, you own 100% of
Yes.
Future Systems, right? Okay, you're in charge, right?
I mean, yes, you're just asking if I posted it. I didn't post it physically. I didn't make it.
Let's pull out of that. And the title of the video is FBI sues Alex Jones to destroy First Amendment. That's the title, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know the FBI hasn't sued you. You know that, right?
I mean, I think that's a point of view.
Excuse
I
me.
actually agree with that.
Mr. Jones. Oh, you agree. The FBI is a plaintiff in this case that sued you here. That's what you want to tell this jury?
I mean, he's an FBI agent and he's up here in his capacity. And when he got asked,
Excuse me, Mr. Jones. I asked you whether it's your testimony that the FBI is the plaintiff in this case. Is that your testimony?
I mean, I think this is a deep state situation, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Jones, you understand what I'm asking you.
Objection, move to strike the commentary and
All right,
badger.
so how about if we just get an answer to the question?
Uh,
No, Mr. Jones, look over here. The question is the FBI a plaintiff in this case? Yes, no, or I don't know?
I mean, I don't think officially they are.
But this is what you tell your audience here, right? Did you see any Bill Aldenberg's testimony?
Objection,
I did.
compound.
You did.
This is what you tell your audience. Did you see the testimony?
Sustained, so can we break the question down?
But that's what you told your audience.
Which one, Judge?
That the FBI had sued you, right?
No, that's the headline that another person made, but
And this video right here, I don't know if you can see it, just as of September 15th, had 190,000 views, didn't it?
yes,
And you said you watched Mr. Aldenberg's testimony?
I watched quite a bit.
You heard him describe the threats he had received?
Yes,
You heard him describe the harassment he had received?
yes,
You heard him describe years of feeling insecure as a result of the army that you sicked on him?
Objection, Judge, move to strike that.
Sustained.
And be
I mean, he said I never even said his name.
Jury
And then-
instructed
No,
to
yes.
disregard
Just-
that.
So, Mr. Jones, your attorney objected.
Sorry.
No, let me finish. Look at me. I sustained his objection and you answered it anyway. He won and you kept going. So just, why don't you take a break, drink a little water.
Okay.
Take a breath. And just remember, when Attorney Pattis objects, I think your words were that you would be quiet.
Thank
And
you.
then I'll rule.
You're right.
He won.
I'll slow down.
Okay, how's that, Attorney Pattis?
And then the jury is to formally disregard the comments of counsel.
So ordered.
And after all that, you still chose to put Bill Aldenberg's face up in front of
Objection.
your audience of
Assumes the fact,
hundreds
not
of
an
millions, correct?
Assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Overruled.
No, I did not direct Gregory's to make this, but I think it's a good report.
Okay, so when you did become aware of it, you didn't take it down, did you?
No, I stand by the report,
Very good.
even though I watched it.
Just wait for the next question, sir, please.
So after Bill Aldenberg and after Judge Bellis, who's next, Mr. Jones?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, I guess if somebody's on national TV, I'm sorry.
Again, no, Mr. Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you're aware objective, and I sustained it, he won, and you still answered.
Okay, I'm not hearing him.
Can you be louder? I never thought I would say this, Attorney Pattis.
Yes, Judge, I can be louder. How's that?
A little secret is I have serious hearing damage.
Okay,
And I need
so,
to get hearing aid soon, so.
so your client cannot hear. So,
Sorry, seriously, I can't hear you, Norm.
So let's pull up just for the witness, Exhibit 512.
one more time.
512. Take a look at the screen next to you. That's the landing page for band.video, your video page, right?
Yes.
I'll offer your own.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Take your time.
No objection.
All right, that's a full exhibit.
So if anybody goes to your band.video page right now, first thing they can do is buy high quality storable food from you because it's back in stock, yes?
Yes.
Objection to the form, they can do many things first.
Overruled.
And then they can go to your Alex Jones Kangaroo Court Watch channel there, right?
Yes.
Okay. They can go ahead and click on the video that you gave yesterday outside this courthouse while Erica Lafferty was testifying, right?
I don't know that.
That's not you yesterday?
I didn't know that.
Objection, compound video
Overruled.
testifying.
That's you yesterday, right?
Yes.
You gave that press conference, what about 2 o'clock?
I mean, I don't understand the question.
You don't understand the question?
Yes, I gave a press conference.
Yeah, it was around 2 o'clock, right?
I believe so.
You know who was testifying at that time?
No.
Okay.
I was called here by you at 2, and then you said you didn't need me.
No, you were not, sir. So maybe you want to talk to your lawyer about that.
Objection to the colloquy and move to strike, Judge. I'm not in the case.
All right, so, Mr. Jones, I think you offered testimony and there was no question pending, so it's best not to do that, okay?
Judge, may we approach briefly sidebar?
I'm
I'm
Your Honor, I'd like to
ask
move
for
on.
relief from the court based on a problem.
I'll see you, counsel, on the sidebar.
We were warned about contempt, and he's trying to put me in the case with these snide comments, and I don't think you should tolerate it.
Mr. Jones said something that was untrue about when he was here.
I cannot do that.
I need to say something to correct it, because what he said was untrue. You want me to say something?
No, I want you to admonish counsel. I am not in the case. I'm not going to be put in the case, or I'll get on the
Well,
stand.
let's not put Attorney Patterson in the case, but do you want me to say anything to the jury about the 2 o'clock issue or not really?
I'd welcome you to say that what he just said was not accurate.
I don't know.
I didn't tell him to be here at 2 o'clock.
Here's the deal. At one point early in the day, he said, I made him available at 2. Early in the day, you alerted me not. I don't know when I got to him. I just don't know. I did know that I asked him, Chris, please, before you
What do
start.
you want me to tell the jury, just so that we can move on? 'Cause
Just
this
let's
is
just
so
move on. I just don't want to be, I don't want the sniping directed at me.
Okay.
We can pull that back up. And then down here is Greg Reese. That's your contractor?
Yes.
Okay. So anybody come to this band.video page, they got you up top, the Alex Jones show, they can see anything they want there, right? Of your shows.
Yes.
You got the War Room with Owen Schroyer. He's the guy who comes on after you, right?
Yes.
American Journal, that's the gentleman who comes on before you. Those are your 3 live broadcasts each day, yes?
Yes, Chris.
Okay. You can back out of that.
I tend to run a pretty formal courtroom, Mr. Jones, which is why I call you Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
So, Attorney Maddie, Attorney Patterson.
Attorney Matty.
You've been telling your audience, Mr. Jones, this week and last, that this is a kangaroo court, that Judge Bellis is a tyrant. It's part of a plot. Because you don't want your audience to know what's really happening here, isn't that correct?
No.
Objection, motion eliminate opening a door.
Yeah, I don't think I'm opening any door with that.
All right, so I think you can answer that question, sir, but just remember the issues that are off limits.
Because your credibility, sir, is the most important thing with your audience, isn't it?
How do I answer a question, Your Honor, that I've been barred from answering under orders of the court?
All right, so the question is, your credibility is the most important thing to you. Is that a question that
It's the
you
most
can?
important thing with your
No,
audience, correct?
my most important,
No, okay, no. Your credibility is not your most important thing.
it's crushing
Okay.
the globalist.
Crushing globalists. And you tell your audience that they need to keep letting you crush those globalists for the sake of their own families, right?
Objection, Judge. Motion limiting or opening.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I
Right,
don't
I'm
think that
gonna
there's...
excuse the jury at this point for 5 minutes so that we can work out this issue, okay? So just be patient with us as you've been all along.
Maybe the witness, oh, sorry. Maybe the witness should be excused if we're gonna do this.
He's
He's
a
the
party.
client. I think he's
Oh,
got a
that's
right
fine,
to be
that's
here.
fine.
So, I'm not sure I understand. Attorney Pattis might be right, and I just may not be getting it. So why don't we explore it a little bit and just.
My objection was.
Well, I want to get the question again in the line of questioning and see what the concern is.
I recall it, Judge, but if you want to hurt that.
No.
You know, Attorney Maddy inquired of Mr. Jones whether his credibility was his most important attribute. He said it wasn't. Then Mr. Jones offered crushing the globalist was, which was non-responsive. However, Mr. Maddy adopted the non-responsive answer in his next question and asked about crushing the globalists. Mr. Jones would testify that he believes that this trial was part of a plot to silence him, funded by the names I'm prohibited to utter in the jury's presence, and we've had extended argument about that. So I'm simply alerting the court that in my view, if we're going to have a consistent law of the case, and Attorney Maddy is going to adopt that comment in his questioning, that's opening a door that I will seek to walk through. And so that the purpose of the objection was to alert the court and counsel of that.
So we don't, Attorney Maddy, we don't want to inject politics into this. So what do you suggest?
Your Honor, nobody's injecting politics into this. What I'm trying to get at, the question I was just about to ask Mr. Jones, was the fact that he tells his audience that they need him to crush the globalists to support their families. I'm not getting into whatever he's talking about this plot is in this courtroom. What I'm getting into is the general approach he takes, which is to monetize his audience's fears and pain and misery.
You don't get to take half an answer and adopt the one part you like and ignore the part you don't. And I think there's a way to ask that without opening the door.
There's nothing about Mr. Jones's relationship with his audience that has anything to do with who's funding this lawsuit.
Judge,
It's
if he's
ridiculous.
going to question my client's motives for wanting to crush the globalists and suggest it's all about $1, that's putting what he's all about right in the center of this case. And you may recall one of the questions I asked Clint Watts. Do you know whether Mr. Jones, I didn't use this term, gins the anger of the public up, or is he responding to an anger that's already there? Watts didn't know. Mr. Jones, whatever you may think of him and his conduct in Sandy Hook, has beliefs about the globalists. To question those motives about him, I think will entitle me as a matter of right to respond in my rehabilitation of him.
And bring up what topics, though?
Who are these globalists? You were just, you were told that you were publishing 512 and 513 as part of an effort to rile up your audience to make a buck. You've denied that. What are you really doing? Are you trying, who are these globalists? Why do you think this trial is part of an effort to sign, who is the tyrant? Why do you think the judge has behaved tyrannical? Nobody may like the answers he gives in this courtroom, but they're his answers. And if Attorney Maddy is going to call his credibility into question on these, I think I have a right to inquire about his beliefs. And I think that the court's been pretty firm with me in the last 3-4 days about where I can and can't go. And the record is clear. I think I've tried to ask questions within the scope of the exhibits the plaintiffs offer, but they always offer something and then say, oh, you can't use it for the purposes of defense. We can only use it as
I understand,
a
Attorney
sword.
Pattis. So if you're going to ask Mr. Jones about the globalists, Attorney Pattis wants to elicit testimony about who the globalists are, and that apparently would violate.
I don't know if it would violate it. What I just
Well,
asked Mr.
I
Jones.
I think that I accept Attorney Pattis's representation that it would.
Okay, well,
Is that, am I
point of this-
understanding what you're saying, Attorney Pattis?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'd have to get your permission to inquire, but I believe that this is opening the door.
If you accept Attorney Pattis's view here, then pretty much any question I ask Mr. Jones about what he does, Attorney Pattis is gonna say it opens the door. So I don't think me asking him whether or not he's making money from saying this opens the door to this, whatever his.
Here's the problem with that. That's not the question you asked, Mr. I mean, and the record is quite clear. Mr. Jones was asked a question about whether his credibility was the most important thing. He denied it and then gratuitously offered that crushing the globalist was. Counsel had two options at that point. It could have moved to strike that answer as non-responsive and then gone on to the question that he just asked. You're just here to make a buck. But he didn't. He adopted the answer, opening the door. It's part of a pattern in this case to use the motions in limine here as a sword rather than a shield. And we're entitled to swordsmanship as well, and we will engage it.
Right. So I think that you can inquire about his monetizing his audience and making money, but I think that you have to steer clear of eliciting testimony that opens the door to his testifying as to who the globalists are.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need a minute?
No, I'm ready.
You all set, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay. Doing my mental count to 9. All right, the record will reflect the entire panel has returned. Please be seated. We all thank you for your continued patience. Whenever you're ready, Tina.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jones, since this trial started September 13th, it's day 7. How much money has Free Speech Systems made?
I haven't kept track of it.
You haven't been getting daily text messages with the sales numbers?
No.
Your testimony is in the last week. Nobody sent you any text messages or other communications with the daily sales?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would you mind checking your phone at the break?
Objection.
Don't have my phone with me.
Okay. Well, when you get a chance.
Objection,
You normally
Just-
get, oh,
There's an objection.
that's not discovery.
I couldn't hear.
Objection, that's not proper.
ongoing discovery obligation, Your Honor.
Well, if that is the case, Attorney Titus, I'm sure you'll deal with it at the break. So we can move on.
You normally get daily sales reports, right?
Sometimes I do.
Tim Fruget sent you those?
No.
Tim Fruget sent you those back in 2019 and 2020,
Yes, that's when he was an employee, yes.
right? Now he is an affiliate
Yes.
with you, right? He helps run this website called freeworldoutlet.com,
Yes.
and you have a financial interest in that, don't you?
I think it buys products from us.
Excuse me?
Buys products from us and sells them.
It buys products from you. You make money that way, and then they sell products on that website, right?
Yes,
And that's Tim Fruget, your former business director, right?
yes.
And you set him up financially to do that, yes?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't recall testifying in your deposition, sir, that you funded Free World Outlet initially to get him off the ground?
Can you refresh me with that testimony?
I'm asking you right now, if you recall that.
I don't remember. Free World Outlet's a very small site. I'm not really paying attention to it.
Okay. And did you tell the corporate rep about that, freeworldoutlet.com?
I don't remember.
Okay. Who was the corporate rep, by the way?
Brittany
Objection, which one? When? Timing.
The one who testified here.
Paz.
And so Tim Fruget, who now helps run freeworldoutlet.com, he used to give you daily sales reports, yes?
Sometimes, yes.
Who does it now?
I've not been getting those reports.
Okay, well, who does it when you do get them?
I can go in and I can pull up the reports myself, but I've not been doing that because we don't.
Mr. Jones, the question I asked you is who's doing it now when you do get them?
Well, I'm not allowed.
Does anybody send you?
Objection, he's
not-
trying to answer, Judge.
I'm not allowed under the judge's order to tell you about what happened to my company.
That's not true, Mr. Jones. What I'm asking you is who sends you daily sales reports?
Yeah, he's answered, asked and answered several
I
times.
didn't get the answer, so can you say it again, sir? Who would?
Okay, you're telling me to answer the question.
All right, so, well, I'm going to excuse the jury again. You're gonna get your exercise today for those of you who wear Fitbits. So just put your pads down and you'll follow along. I think he's following the rules here. I think he was probably gonna say one of the bankruptcy.
Who's gonna say?
That's just the bankruptcy people are in control of it.
Who sends you the daily sales reports?
Objection, objection, objection.
All right, so,
They've taken it
No,
all.
no, no.
Objection.
well, that was nice and
Oh,
loud.
no.
Get there, Judge.
So,
That calls for the identity of a person.
no, so in fairness to Mr. Jones, he could have said whatever the lingo is for a bankruptcy, what were you gonna say?
Yes, until yesterday, the CRO, the bankruptcy's in full control of everything.
All right, so,
And they,
That's not responsive to my question.
Objection.
no.
because I can't say it's,
So the question, no, you did the right thing. You asked who sent him who gets the daily sales reports now, and if the answer was the bankruptcy person, then he knows he's not supposed to say
I
that.
said, who sends you daily sales
And
reports?
he said no one does. When he gets them from the bankruptcy people.
I don't think he said no one does.
He
but
said no
That is
one two or
correct.
3 times.
All right, so what do you propose to do? Because he's following
Move
the
on.
rules. Okay, well done, Mr. Jones.
thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so why don't we get the panel? I think it's a good thing we brought the coffee pot today.
Can the jury be informed that that was an appropriate break because there was some concern about compliance with the court order?
No. seats whenever you're comfortable. So I hope you don't think just be seated. I hope you don't think we're being impolite. We have issues to discuss, and it's so much easier to have you all get up and go to your own than us trying to all set up somewhere else. So just bear with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jones, I want to shift gears a little bit. Do you agree with me that your reputation is very important to you?
Objection to the form, Judge.
Overruled.
No, I don't agree.
Do you agree that protecting your identity from lies and falsehoods about you is something that you care about?
And I care about freedom.
That was my question. So my question was, do you agree that protecting your identity, your own identity, from people lying about you, spreading falsehoods about you, that's important to you, is it not?
It's a yes or a no or a...
Yes.
I mean, that's just a human thing, isn't it? Nobody wants to be lied about, right?
No.
And particularly about the core things that make them who they are, right?
Yes.
And you have those things in your life. Your family, yes?
Yes.
Your work,
Yes.
your relationships with your loved ones, right?
Yes.
The lessons you learned as a young person about how to be in the world, yes?
Yes.
All of these things that go into who you are as a person, right?
Yes.
And you would never want to be maligned or lied about those things that are core to you, correct?
Yes, but I have been plenty.
You have been, and that's been hurtful, isn't it?
The world isn't an easy place. When people become political figures, they get in their arena.
You know what, I think that was probably what you were just trying to do there, was to suggest.
Objection to
Sustained, and as I told the jury, and I know you're probably sick of hearing it from me, but this case is not about politics, okay? It's a hearing of damages. Why don't we move on?
Were you just trying to suggest that my clients, these families, deserved what they got because they had stepped into the arena? Is that what you were just trying to say?
objection, argumentative.
No.
Overruled.
That's not what you, okay.
But
thank
I'm
you.
saying when you get,
That's not what you were saying.
but,
Just wait for Mr. Jones.
So, what I'm trying to get at though, Mr. Jones, is that these things that are core to who you are, core to anybody, is they're lied about and defamed, even just to a small group of people, that can be very hurtful, can it?
yes.
And although you've been critical of this court and the judicial system, you yourself have sought protection in the courts when people have lied about you, haven't you?
I mean, I have before.
Yeah, and in fact, during this very lawsuit, you yourself have brought a lawsuit against others who you claimed had defamed you, correct?
You're talking about the Young Turks?
Yeah. You did that, right?
Yes.
Can we bring up Exhibit 434 for Mr. Jones,
Is
please?
this fuller ID?
It's ID, Your Honor.
134?
Motion in limiting politics.
434.
Motion in limiting politics.
Why don't I take a look at it first?
Sure.
So, Mr. Jones, just...
Mr. Jones was asked about this in his deposition, Your Honor.
Doesn't matter, Judge.
How many pages is this?
All right, I can tell you. 9 pages, I believe. There's an exhibit on the back that's attached.
The ID in here too?
Can I can give you my copy, Judge, if you want to
No,
look at
that's,
it.
I don't want to take your copy, just give me a minute. Ron. We have to keep Ron on his toes. Thank you. I see counsel on the sidebar, please?
He's going to talk about why he sued the Young Turks, and he believes that they're part of another political conspiracy. I mean, the problem with this fellow is everything is part of a conspiracy.
The complaint, which is an admission, is offered to show his knowledge of damages, his understanding of this. The Young Turks are another media organization. They're a media organization. Right. That's it.
They're competing people who he thinks got co-opted as part of a conspiracy against him.
But look, that to me isn't in politics, and beyond that, that's not relevant for the purpose for which
But you don't get to, my position is, Judge, the plaintiffs don't get to choose the purpose without opening. They can't say, well, we get to hurt, but you can't help your own client. It doesn't work that way. In the same way that many of the exhibits they've offered contain the very figures whose names I'm prohibited from mentioning.
I'm using it, and so.
Well, I don't know that you're using it. The court needs to rule.
I'd ask you, I think this opens the door to anything beyond the issues that I'm going to ask him.
I'm going to ask him. I'll ask him why he sued the Young Turks, and then they're going to have to live with that answer.
And is it going to violate my order?
It might.
But you don't know. It might not. I mean, I don't know.
If he
I'm
answers
asking because I don't
truthfully,
even know
if he answers truthfully, he will talk about them being part of having been co-opted by a political opponent. Yes.
Based on what?
It doesn't have. It can be. It's his understanding. Well, I mean, my contention, judges, they don't. That the plaintiffs do not get to open a door and then say you can't look inside the room. And so there are ways to do this without opening that door. But if they're going to open it, we're going to walk.
How do you do it without opening the door?
You've sued, you know about damages. No, so if the contention is, you've sued, you know how people can sue for defamation. You sued for another group, correct? He acknowledged he did. You were seeking damages, you have money damages for your reputation. Yes. That's because you believe that's an appropriate thing to do. Isn't that right? I think that's what they're trying to get.
There's nothing political about that.
I'm agreeing with them.
Can I order this piece of the record?
Look, I'm going to ask the questions about it, and we can argue about what the.
Well, no, I'm
It'd be much
objecting.
better if you did it along those lines so it doesn't open the door.
I don't want to talk about politics with this guy at all. I'm going to ask him
He
about this
doesn't-
lawsuit and his claim that he was. Okay, well,
Judge, I think they do so at their peril.
fine.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
May the jury be excused, I'd like to make a more complete record based on what
No.
I heard at sidebar.
So that is on the record, so we have the record and it will be admitted over objection.
So before we pull it up, let's just give the jury a little background. So you brought this lawsuit against an individual named Brianna Wu, correct?
Yes,
An individual named Andrew Kimmel, yes?
yes,
And a entity called the Young Turks LLC, correct?
yes,
And you brought that lawsuit in September of 2019, correct?
yes,
Okay. So about a year and a half after this lawsuit had been filed.
yes.
And do you know who Brianna Wu is?
It was people online, so-called journalists, saying,
I just asked you about Brianna Wu, so I want to ask
I don't remember who she is now.
Okay, you don't remember who she is, thank you. Do you remember who Andrew Kimmel is?
Not really.
Okay. But you sued them.
I mean, yes,
Okay. And the Young Turks LLC, am I correct that that's a media organization?
yes,
Okay. And you brought this lawsuit because you claimed that these people had spread a lie about you, right?
Objection, motion eliminated.
I brought the lawsuit to get him to retract it and stop saying it.
But what you wanted
It wasn't money.
Well, we'll get into that. But what you wanted was you sued them because you believed they had spread a lie about you, correct?
Yes, it was directly connected to this case.
Correct. So let's get into that. So what happened was, back in 2019, you were required to produce some documents to the plaintiffs in this case, correct?
And I did.
Okay. And among the documents that you gave to your lawyers and that your lawyers produced to us were some emails, correct?
Yes, I
And
think 207,000.
so, sir, really, you just have to answer my
Right,
question,
so-
yes or no? All right.
Objection to the
So,
comments.
excuse me, so if anyone, either of you need any help with any witness not answering the questions that you're asked, ask me to do it, that's my job, I like to do my job, I'm not bad at my job. I know you know what I'm gonna say, Mr. Jones, go over here.
Just yes or no?
Yeah, or I don't.
Okay.
Okay, just answer, sir.
And,
No,
oh, I'm sorry,
still
thank you.
speaking.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Mr. Jones, just look at me. Just yes, no, or I don't tell.
I understand. Yes.
Thank you.
Your lawyers, you gave your lawyers some emails to send to us, and they sent them, right?
Yes,
And attached to some of those emails were images of child pornography, correct?
yes,
And the FBI was alerted about this, right?
yes,
And the FBI concluded that while those emails were in your organization's possession, they had been sent to your organization from outside, correct?
yes,
And that there wasn't any evidence that you or anybody in your organization had opened them, correct?
yes,
In other words, that although they had been sent to us, that had been done inadvertently, correct?
yes,
And when you were advised of this, you were upset, yes?
yes,
And so you went on the air, correct?
yes,
And you blamed my office for having planted it, correct?
no,
Mr. Jones, do you want to see the video, sir?
go ahead and roll it.
Would you like me to?
I mean, if you want to.
You offered $1 million to have my head on a pike.
No, objection, that mischaracterizes it. This, may we approach?
I don't think we need to. That's a
Yeah, I
yes or no.
do.
So, come on.
He didn't. I was
yes.
sitting right there.
Yeah.
He was never charged
The
with a
judge has
crime.
seen the video.
You've seen the video, and he said he talked about his suspicions about Mr. Manny, but he never said. He said he'd offer $1 million for the person who did it. He had suspicions about him. To suggest as an officer of the
He's
court,
trying to
otherwise,
avoid
excuse me, to suggest otherwise as an officer of the court, I'm asking for a curative instruction and admonishment of counsel.
Watch the video.
I was sitting there. I don't
Can
need
you
to.
ask, so I'm not gonna give a curative instruction, I'm not gonna admonish. Can you ask him in a different way?
Well, he hasn't answered it.
Right, so
So you can say
it's
no, I
objected
guess.
to, so can you ask it in a different
Your
way?
Honor, he can say no if he wants, and I can impeach him.
Can you ask it in a different way
I
then?
don't want to ask it in a different way.
So then I'll sustain the objection and then
Thank
you
you.
can try to ask it.
And Attorney, we're due for a break anytime between now and the next 10 minutes. I'm gonna leave it up to
Great.
you as to when
Yep.
is a good point.
Thank you. Yep. So, Mr. Jones, when you found out about this, you went on your show, right?
Yes,
And you held my picture up to your audience, yes?
you have to refresh my memory.
Oh, Mr. Jones, you know you did that, don't you?
Objection.
Overruled.
You know you did that.
No, I believe you conflated your picture being on the pile of stuff, and me saying it was a reward to find out who did it. So how is there a reward
Right.
if we don't?
So, Mr. Jones, the question was, you held my picture up, and I'm not sure I got your answer. Was it yes, no, or I don't know?
Or you don't recall.
I don't
think is
recall,
what
I
he said.
don't recall.
Do you recall pounding on my picture? Do you recall
I
that?
pounded on my desk all the time, it was a pile of papers, I remember that.
Okay, all right. And the reason I'm doing this is because when you went on the air and did all that, people found out that there was this issue about your company having sent child pornography to my office, correct? That's how people found out about it.
Well, you're not gonna be clear that someone sent it to me?
No. I think we've established that.
No, but you're getting it set up for clips, though, I know what you're doing.
Mr. Jones, really, I think it's established, and nobody contests that you had nothing to do with that child pornography. Okay, let's make that clear.
Yeah, you guys found it,
Correct. We found it because it was sent to us, right?
because it was embedded, and then you guys found it, really good job.
So, Mr. Jones.
I know, I'm not supposed to start.
No, no commentary.
I understand.
Answer the question that's asked, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
But when you went on the air, that's how it became public, that there was this whole issue that child pornography had been sent from your company to my law office, correct?
Objection, Judge, that calls for speculation, that, well, maybe
Overruled.
one avenue.
I don't remember.
All right. But in any event, once it became public, you claimed that Brianna Wu and Andrew Pimmel and the Young Turks had lied about you having sent it, correct?
They said more than that, if I remember.
Right. And you alleged that in your complaint, right?
Yes.
And that was deeply harmful to you, that they had lied about the fact that you had sent child pornography, right?
People still say it all the time, everywhere.
It's a terrible thing to be accused of, correct?
Yeah, but they quit saying it, so I dropped the suit.
And they were spreading to all over the internet this lie about you, that you had sent child pornography, correct?
Purposefully, yeah, that was the issue.
And that's why you brought this lawsuit, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, this would be a fine time for a break.
All right, so we will take our morning recess now, 15 minutes. I know you're probably saying to yourself, why do we need another recess? We just got up and down, but our staff has been here, and we've been working the whole entire time, and so I'm required to give them a break. So you'll continue to obey the rules of juror conduct. We're on 15 minutes, puts us at what time? I turned my Apple Watch off so much that I can't even find the clock. 12, let's say 12:10, okay? So we'll take a recess. we're ready for our panel. Mr. Jones, you want to come up here, sir? I'm gonna need a minute once he brings the panel in because I left my notes on the desk.
You're welcome to mine, Judge.
All right, the council stipulate the entire panel has returned.
I do.
Please be seated. Just give me one moment. On my desk, it says date 7, week 2, in the upper right hand. Thanks, Ron. Just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Ferrero's getting my notes that I left in my chambers. Whenever you're ready to turn it in.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, before the break, we were talking about this lawsuit that you brought, right? You remember
Yes.
that? Okay. And again, this lawsuit was brought against Mrs. Wu, Mr. Kimmel, and the Young Turks LLC for them stating online that you had sent child pornography to the plaintiffs in this case, correct?
They said more than that.
Okay. But was that the gist of it?
No, they,
Tell me what you sued them for.
I mean, they said that I intentionally did it and that I was, horrible. They said a bunch of stuff. It was a lot of different program shows.
Okay.
And we,
Okay. But the gist of the lie here was that you had sent child pornography to the plaintiffs in this case, yes?
Yes, not that it had been sent to me unopened, then discovered by you and discovery sent to you.
They left that part out, correct?
I don't remember now.
Okay, but that would have been important context for them to provide an accurate account of what happened here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they didn't do that.
Yes.
Right. And as a result of those statements, you claimed that this had resulted in viral spread of this lie about you, correct?
Yes.
The Young Turks had a Twitter account. They posted it to that, correct?
They have a popular television show that's also on television, and the issue was I
just asked you about the Twitter account, sir. So let's just go one step at a time. I mean,
Okay.
the concern you had was that this lie about you was spreading online, correct?
Yes.
In a viral way, right?
Yes,
And what you meant by that was that it was taking off online, correct?
yes,
And reaching a wide audience, yes?
yes.
And the more people who come into contact with this, as you called it, one of the worst smears that can be spread about anyone, the more people that came in contact with that, the more damage was being done to you, correct?
I mean, I think that's fair to say.
And because the more people who see this, the more people who might believe it, right?
Well, I don't know they're gonna believe it, but
That's the concern, right?
yes.
Because if people believe, especially a large number of people who encounter this lie on the internet, that you possess child pornography, that would be a horrible, horrible stain on your reputation as an individual, correct?
I think it's 20 years in prison too.
Correct. They accused you of a felony, didn't they?
Yes.
And not only just any felony, I mean, you know, assault is a felony, but this is a particular kind of felony, possessing child pornography, right?
And distributing it.
And distributing it. And it's the type of allegation that would provoke a lot of anger in people who if they were to believe that about you, right?
Yes.
And might provoke people to even want to confront you about it, right?
Objection calls for speculation what might occur.
Sustained.
I think you testified earlier that you have come across people who have accused you of this, right?
It's still ongoing.
Right. And if that happens, obviously there are certain measures you need to take to try and protect yourself from people who may need to do you harm as a result of this, right?
And when they stop saying it, we drop the suit. We just want them to stop saying it.
But I'm just saying, when people believe something horrible like this, that you're a child pornographer, that could lead to people who believe it to hate you, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, I think that's fair to say.
And if they really believed it and they really hated you, you might have a few people come after you, right?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
Well, like the police.
That's one, right? But what about people who are just out there and unhinged, thinking, Alex Jones, child pornographer. Next time I see him, boy. That's a concern, right? It's a reasonable concern.
And they name my name. I didn't name most of these people's names.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about that, right? I know you might kind of see where I'm going here.
Objection
I do.
move to strike.
Let's move on to the next question.
And as a result of that concern, you yourself have taken measures to protect you and your family, correct?
We have to have more security because of the Sandy Hook thing, actually, than that.
Well, you got security guards in the courtroom right now, don't you?
Yeah.
These two gentlemen over here in the black jackets, that's part of your security team.
Yes.
They follow you everywhere you go, right?
Yes, not due to the fake child porn, but due to this.
You've had a security team for a long time, haven't you?
But the main, I mean, you're asking.
I'm just asking you.
Objection,
Have you had a security
motion
team for a long
limiting
time?
doors.
It's a yes or no, whether he's had a security team for.
Why? Objection.
4 years since the Sandy Hook suits.
And this gentleman here on the right, that's Tim Enlow, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, he's your head of security?
Yes.
And they walk around with earpieces, right? So they can communicate with one another?
I don't know they have those.
You flew up here on a private jet, is that right?
A charter plane.
Charter plane, okay. And so one of the reasons you do that is because you travel commercial, you know who you're gonna run into, right?
Since this case, yes.
Okay.
Since the Texas case,
Mr.
it's
Jones, do you really wanna?
bad.
It's not a big point here, but you are under oath, and so I just wanna ask you.
Objection, Judge, again.
So let's just get the
Is it
next
your testimony?
question.
Objection,
That
we have
you've never
your-
charged?
Right, just 1 second. Sidebar, please.
So, I'm gonna get this. I don't want to be interrupted. So what do you suggest? You're talking. I can't hear. Can we stop that? Can we stop that?
I objected to his instructing counsel, which is the role of the court. You've been said that
Right, so if you have an issue, just, I don't want to interject myself more than I want to, but if you're not, just ask me, and I'm happy to do it.
Yep.
So just as a gentle reminder, Mr. Jones,
Yes, ma'am.
just try to listen to the questions that's asked. If there's an objection, we'll stop, and then, oh, no, and then, yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't look, okay?
Is it your sworn testimony that you've never chartered a private jet before this lawsuit, sir?
Yes,
Never, before 2018, had you chartered a private jet. You sure you want to say that?
yes,
All right. So in the financials that you turned over to us, we won't see any expenses prior to 2018 for any private chartered air travel, correct?
you said a jet. I mean, I think we rented Cessnas for aerial news shows at the border. One time, me and my wife and my children were in Canada. We rented a seaplane that flew us for a couple hours up to a place to eat. But other than that, I've never known. Not till now, not till this.
Okay, so your testimony is that prior to this lawsuit, you actually did fly on chartered planes, correct?
No, you said a jet.
I'm sorry. If I was confusing you, but with the word jet.
Would a hot air balloon count? I have also rented those a few times in my life.
Okay, let's,
No, that's not what I was referring to. But
I have rented.
all right, so,
I,
wait for,
Sorry, go ahead.
just wait for a question, there's no question.
just see if you can answer this yes or no, sir. Prior to this lawsuit, you had paid for chartered private air travel, correct?
yes, not jets.
And in addition to the security team that you have and your private air travel arrangements, I take it that you have security systems at your homes, correct?
Sure.
And obviously at your office, you have pretty extensive security at the InfoWars offices.
Yes.
So with this lawsuit, why don't we bring up paragraph 7 on page 3.
Has it been admitted, Judge?
I think I did offer it.
I don't know the doors are open.
I think you moved it to sidebar.
Which number was this?
424.
424.
424?
34.
It was objected to?
434.
Yes, 434 was made a full exhibit about 45 minutes ago.
So let's pull up paragraph 7 to view my critique, please. Okay. And this is a complaint that one of your lawyers, Robert Barnes, drafted on your behalf, correct?
Yes.
It was filed in a lawsuit to commence this lawsuit against these people.
Yes.
And one of the claims you made was that on June 17th, 2019, at 9:44 p.m., the Young Turks, by and through Cenk Uygur, that's somebody associated with that group, yes? Cenk Uygur is a person associated with the Young
Yes.
Turks, published on its Twitter account, quote, Alex Jones sent child porn to Sandy Hook parents. See Exhibit 1, the Young Turks Twitter account. And that's the same headline made the Young Turks video page, where it still stands today. And so there was a tweet, right? And there was a headline associated on their video page, according to this paragraph, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And if you go further down, you say here that they hold themselves out as, quote, serious journalists with millions of followers across multiple social media platforms and the biggest media network on YouTube that is completely monetized by YouTube, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
And the point of that is to show that these people who you claim lied about you had a significant platform that could result in significant harm to you, yes?
Yes, and we weren't allowed to respond back because we weren't on that platform.
Okay. So, I'm just strike right there.
Sustained.
So, you then go down further, and let's go to paragraph 12. One of the things that you were bringing this case for was something called defamation per se, right? In a claim for defamation per se, the words are so obviously hurtful that they require no proof that they caused injury in order for them to be actionable. Accusing a professional of deliberately sending child pornography to opposing attorneys, a serious felony, raises no questions as to its negative effect on your professional reputation, right?
Yes, they said my name.
Yeah, right. The idea is that this type of allegation is so hurtful that just the fact that it was made shows that there was damage done, right?
I'm not a lawyer, but under the law, if you say their name, too, you have to say the person's name.
Yeah. You're not a lawyer, are you?
But
Right. So you're not, right?
Mhm. No.
Okay. And when you did this, you attached as proof. Oh, let's go to page 6. Yeah, page 6. And at the end of it, after you made these allegations, you said, wherefore, plaintiff respectfully prays for judgment against the defendants in a sum to be determined by a jury, right? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And as proof of the harm that you suffered as a result of this, you included an exhibit. And let's go to exhibit 8. I'm sorry, page 8. This is exhibit 1. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry to interrupt, counsel, but you're referring to an exhibit that's part of this exhibit.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
There was an exhibit 1 attached to the complaint. Thank you.
That was come around to see the board here.
Yeah.
Sure.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not going to use it just yet.
Let him just get situated so he can take his time.
And as you see, thank you. As you see here, this is the tweet that was so concerning to you, right? And there's a video associated with it, obviously not here on the printout.
No, it was what they said in the video where they said I was going to jail and I did it on purpose and a bunch of other incredible stuff.
I'm going to strike that, Your Honor.
Okay,
Stand.
What you included in support of your lawsuit was this, yes?
yes, an image of the video so you can see the video.
And the headline was Alex Jones sent child porn to Sandy Hook parents, correct?
Yes,
Now, as a technical matter, your agents did send child pornography to the Sandy Hook families, as a technical matter, correct?
yes.
Okay. And down here, if you look at the bottom, how many retweets did this tweet have? You might have it in front of you, sir, if that's easier.
20,
20. And how many likes?
37.
Okay. And then over here, this 132, those are comments, yes?
I don't know.
You don't remember that? Okay.
The issue is the video, not a link.
I didn't ask you any questions, sir. All right, you can take that down. So there were 20 retweets and 37 likes, right?
Yes,
Okay, so we're going to put TYT, that's Young Turks, right?
yes.
So there were 20 retweets.
Do you need Mr. Jones to see that board? Because I'm not sure he can. Can you see that board?
I can see it.
Oh, never mind.
A little
You can
bit,
see it.
a little bit.
And 37 likes, right?
Yes,
Now, you said you've been watching some of this trial, right?
yes,
You know that Clint Watts testified here earlier this week, correct?
yes,
And did you hear his testimony that at a minimum, your lies about Sandy Hook reached 550 million just on social media alone? Did you recall that testimony?
Yes.
That's a yes or no?
yes, I recall it.
You recall it.
Preposterous.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
And so, sir, just remember, no comments, just
Oh,
the answer
yes,
to the
thank you.
question. Thank you.
I'm done with this.
That's right.
Huh? I got it, thank you. Now, Mr. Jones, lie you spread for years and years was that the families behind me were actors, correct?
I can't
That's
answer.
a yes or no.
No objection.
It's too complex. Sorry.
Motion eliminated.
Can I have a sidebar on that?
The lies that you spread before Trump.
He doesn't think they were lies. I mean, the court has made that finding. And so this is the heart of that Fifth Amendment issue I alerted the court to. If he agrees with the characterization that it's a lie, he's testifying falsely. If he testifies truthfully, he's in contempt of a prior ruling of the court.
So,
I'll do something a little different.
okay, that's a good point, though.
I mean, look, he could take the fifth. So,
If we're going to get to that, I'd rather do it outside the jury's presence because my claim.
I'll try something.
Okay.
Chris.
Oh, yeah.
So just wait for the next question, Mr. Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
Man, I'm sorry.
Yes. We'll let
Mr.
them-
Jones, for years and years and years, you called these families actors, correct?
No,
That's not correct.
no.
Do you remember in your deposition, sir? I asked you about Robbie Parker, right?
Yes.
And you always called Robbie Parker an actor many times, didn't you?
No, I said it looked like he was acting.
You said it looked like he was
The
acting?
internet is a huge thing.
Mr. Jones, is your
Objection, my
testimony...
client wasn't permitted to finish his answer.
These are not yes or-
No, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, because
Right.
now I've lost the question, so can you ask the
You
question?
know what?
again?
Let's do it this way. Mr. Jones, would you agree with me that if somebody were to lie about a group of people and call them actors and having faked their children's death, that would be a horrible thing to say about something?
I did not call
Is it
them
yes or no?
liars.
As to the vouching in proper form, it's a contrary voucher. Nobody cares whether he agrees with Mr. Massacre.
All right, sustained.
Mr. Jones, if someone were to falsely claim that a group of families who had lost loved ones were actors and had faked the deaths of their loved ones, that would be a horrible thing to say, correct?
In the context, it could be, yes.
Could be. And if somebody were to spread that claim to millions and millions and millions of people, one would expect those families who have been falsely accused to be damaged, correct?
Objection, speculation, Judge.
Overruled.
Yes or no, sir?
I cannot answer this question truthfully without violating the court's order.
Well, why don't we have an invocation then?
What's an invocation?
Oh, no, wait, Judge. We need,
All
this is
right.
improper. I'm going to object.
So, why don't I excuse the jury for a minute? This shouldn't be too long. Okay, so the question again?
Well, Judge, before we do that, we had an agreement that if there was going to be any Fifth Amendment claims here, it would be done outside the presence of the jury, and then we're asking for an invocation. In
When you
his
say we
presence.
had an agreement, you and Attorney.
Well, no, Attorney Pattis requested that. I wasn't prepared for him to invoke on that question.
Well, I don't know, I wasn't part of that agreement, but
I'd
let's,
ask for an order that if there's going to be any further effort to evoke the Fifth Amendment, or to elicit a Fifth Amendment response, to be done outside the presence of the jury.
That's fine, but that's not what I was doing. I think the question will show that there's no valid assertion there.
all right, well, why don't, can you give me the question again? Or do you want me to play it back?
Yes.
Why don't we play it back?
Okay, take your time, Madam Monitor.
deaths of their loved ones. That would be a horrible thing to say, correct?
In the context, it could be, yes.
Okay. And if somebody were to spread that claim to millions and millions and millions of people, one would expect those families who have been falsely accused to be damaged, correct? Objection, respectfully. Yes or no, sir?
I cannot answer this question truthfully without violating the court's order.
Well, why don't we have an invitation then?
What's an indication?
Oh, no, wait, we need
All right, we can go back, just before anybody else speaks. Okay.
So we alerted the court earlier on that there may be an unusual Fifth Amendment issue in this case arising from the law of the case. Mr. Jones has suffered a disciplinary default in this case, resulting in his inability to contest liability. The court has established during the law of the case that...
Can we just back up for a second? So the question wasn't about Mr. Jones specifically, although maybe it was getting there. The question was, if someone spread that claim to millions and millions of people, one would expect people to be damaged. There's no...
No, there was you're missing a predicate in there, falsely. If they falsely spread this information.
Right, but this is not talking about Mr. Jones or free speech systems. This was a hypothetical.
He's not an expert, and he can't be questioned as an expert. He's here as a fact witness. And the fact that this is an attempt to sidestep the ruling and once again have the motion in limine be used as a sword rather than a shield. We didn't make motions in limine to limit this material, the plaintiffs did. The contention here is that Mr. Jones, the law of the case is that the court has concluded these statements were false, not because they were litigated, but because of failure to comply with discovery. We can't talk about that. The plaintiffs have earned the right to call him a liar in open court. Whether we agree or not, that's the law of the case. What they've not done is earn the right to put him in a position where he either disagrees with their characterization of him, thus running afoul of a prior ruling of the court, or agrees with them, thus committing perjury. We would go further and say that if we get to a point where an invocation is necessary, they're not entitled to an adverse inference because that is giving undue weight to
So,
a
Attorney
disciplinary
Pattis,
default.
what would be wrong if his answer, his true answer, how would it violate the order, is if he says he denies the extent of the damage?
Well,
I don't know that that's responsive to the question, candidly.
yeah, so, Your Honor, I think what's happening here is we had a sidebar to avoid a proper assertion. I said I'll do it a different way. And so I came back here, and instead of telling Mr. Jones that he had lied, I said if one did, that would cause damage.
Well, who cares?
Well, I think,
Yeah.
it's got to be asked in a way that, and I don't want to tell you how to ask it, but
You know, this is,
no, let me just
I'm sorry.
get it out. Where we're not putting Mr. Jones in a pickle, but where the jury understands that the issue has been decided, which they've been told many, many times now. So can you think of a way to do it along those lines? So here, the court has already determined that liability is not an issue. The jury is just determining damages. And so what's the question for Mr. Jones?
No, there is no, first of all, he's a defendant. This isn't impeachment on credibility grounds.
What the question is, though.
The question is, rather than ask him directly, where he now thinks, you know, a truthful answer would somehow incriminate himself, I've asked him whether or not one would expect that if one were to do these things, it would cause harm. Now, Attorney Pattis is still free to argue at any point that the harm caused here wasn't what the plaintiffs alleged. That's what he's apparently claiming. But Mr. Jones's response to that question, if the answer is yes, one would expect that type of harm. That doesn't violate the court's orders, and it's not false. If the answer is no, one wouldn't expect that. that doesn't violate the court's orders, and it's not false, right? So either one, he can testify truthfully without violating the court's order and putting himself in contempt.
Or I don't know.
Or I don't know.
All right, so
The
how
problem
does,
with that, Judge, is it's argumentative in tone. He's not an expert, and so what one does isn't what we're
But
here to
that's-
show.
but-
We're here to show what he did.
right, but
And the
that's a
purpose is
different,
being
no,
offered to
Attorney
get into his
Pattis,
state of
Attorney
mind.
Pattis, Attorney Pattis, how many times do I have to say when I'm speaking, you stop? You have been a member of the bar for a long, long time, and you know the rules in all the courts. So, your objection was that it was a motion in limine issue, I thought, that it would require him to lie. I now hear that it's a different objection, that it's speculative, he's not an expert.
I'm
So-
waiting to finish, so I don't run afoul of your order. I have been in officer court for a long time, and as you know, I insist on making my record, so thank you, and I'm sorry that I stepped on your question. I thought I wasn't done. What I was trying to say was the following. I objected because he's trying to get an evocation in the jury's presence, which is entirely wrong, without permission of the court. I objected further because he was asking Mr. Jones a question that places him on the horns of the dilemma. In the course of all of his proffer outside the jury's presence, he's now switched it to one would expect. That is simply not relevant. That's argumentative. He's a fact witness. His state of mind about his conduct is.
I can't disagree with that, so I will sustain the objection, and where does that leave us with respect to possible future invocation?
If there's going to be an invocation, I've requested that the prelude to it be outside the jury's presence so that I can argue about whether the plaintiffs are entitled.
All right, so how does that work procedurally? So
Motion.
there's a question, you're gonna invoke on his behalf?
I can't do that, I don't think. It's
I
certainly
think-
the jury's presence. I'll argue, I'll simply say
think in a
motion
civil
about
case.
evocation.
I think
Motion
in a
about
civil-
evocation.
Okay, does that work, Attorney Matty?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so if that happens, Mr. Mr. Jones, if that happens, just put the brakes on, okay? So that we can do it. So, okay, let's bring the jury out. So, can I just see counsel in the meantime?
So I can count on one hand how many times I've argued for the appellate my entire career. I sit and argue, and you stop on a dime. You gotta do that for me. You have a good record. You have your objections.
You're right. You're right.
What's in there? That's a positive
Look,
note.
Judge, here's the deal. I'm an advocate. I get lost in the moment. You've admonished me, and I'm working on it.
You're standing up for your objections, though. Right?
I'm a member of Advocates Anonymous, Judge. If I warm too much to my client's cause, that's why courts are here to assure fair trials.
We're good.
Okay, welcome back. As promised, we were pretty quick, so thank you for your patience. Please be seated. The record will reflect that our entire panel has returned. Let's give them a minute to settle in. And whenever you're ready, Attorney Matty, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. You remember in your deposition, sir, you referred to, I asked you some questions about Robbie Parker, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I asked you some questions about Robbie Parker.
Yes,
I showed you some videos, right?
yes.
And I showed you a video where you were describing not just one parent, but a bunch of parents coming up and doing the fake crying and the laugh. Do you remember that video?
No, I don't.
Why don't we show 19.
Which exhibit is this? I'm sorry. 19?
19I.
A as in
19I.
I.
It is a full exhibit.
Thank you.
man admits they did fake scud attacks on themselves back in 1991, 1990. Would they stage this? I don't know. Do penguins live in Antarctica? Wolfgang W. Halbig's our guest, former state police officer that worked for the Customs Department, and then over the last decades created one of the biggest, most successful school safety training groups, and he just has gone and investigated, and it's as phony as a $3 bill, and they've been, but man, Wolfgang, you dropped a bombshell of your scores of points, your 16 questions. If you've got a school of 100 kids, and then nobody can find them, and then you've got parents laughing on, and they walk over to the camera and go, and I mean, not just one, but a bunch of parents doing this. And then photos of kids that are still alive, they said died. I mean, they think we're so dumb that it's really hidden in plain view.
So, Mr. Jones, does that refresh your recollection about referring to not just one parent, but a bunch of parents doing the fake crying and the laughing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And when you were deposed, you acknowledged, did you not, that you had referred to the parents who had brought this case as actors. Didn't you acknowledge that then?
I mean, the only person's name I ever said was Robbie Parker, but I guess that clip's from like 7 years ago or wherever it is. It all long time ago.
So, Mr. Jones, just let's get back to the answer.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
So the question was, do you remember in your deposition where you acknowledged that the families who had brought this case you had called actors? Do you remember that testimony, sir?
I think we've had like 4 depositions. Which one was it?
You remember you were in my office?
Yes.
We were in a conference room?
Yes.
Okay, I was sitting just about as far as I am from the court reporter from you.
I'm trying to remember that we've had quite a few.
You and I have only had 2 in person, correct?
Yes, and then
Okay.
and several over the.
We had 1 by Zoom, correct?
No, we had 2.
All right, well, Mr. Jones, I'm talking about the ones when you were in person sitting right next to me.
Okay, that's why I'm trying to refresh my memory.
So, am I correct that during that deposition, you acknowledged under oath that you had referred to these families as actors?
I don't remember the testimony, but I've never even seen their faces till most of them until they sued me. I don't know, so I can't answer your question. I don't have the answer to that.
You just don't remember that testimony is your answer, right?
I believe it's the same testimony I gave her today.
Okay. Okay. Well, why don't we, may I approach her?
You might.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I'm going to ask you to look at page 252. You see this question where I say, I'm asking.
Which exhibit, sir?
This is Mr. Jones's deposition.
Well, there are 4 of them. Which one is that?
April 5th, 2022.
Page 252.
Thank you.
I'm asking if you'd agree with that. You've given me 2 options here. One option is it is just an actor playing a character. The other option is it is somebody who is really who they say they are, but they're going along with the official script. Those are the options you gave me. Answer, yes, that's what you said, right?
Yes.
The first option, Robbie Parker is an actor creating a role. In that circumstance, Robbie Parker is just a fictitious character, correct? What'd you say?
Yes. That's role playing. Yes.
You said yes, right?
Yeah.
In that context, the actor playing Robbie Parker would be going out in front of the whole world to give a statement, knowing that he's just playing a fictitious part, correct? What'd you say?
Yes.
You remember in your deposition you acknowledged that for this hoax to work, it couldn't just be Robbie Parker who was an actor. They all had to be in on it, correct?
If you've refreshed my memory, I believe I was answering your hypothetical questions.
Okay. Listen to the question I just asked
All right.
you. You acknowledged in your deposition that when you were calling this a hoax, that in order for this hoax to be pulled off, it wouldn't just be Robbie Parker, It would have to be all the families who were actors, correct?
Objection to the
We're
form.
recovering the controversy of was it staged or not.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you answer that question, sir?
Can you refresh me with the transcript?
Sure.
The last one was very helpful.
In fact, you know what, let's just pull it up for everybody.
So this is exhibit.
One moment, Your Honor. We have this clip, right? Now, we're going to play a portion of Mr. Jones's deposition. It's an admission.
What was the exhibit number on this, Judge?
It's not an exhibit, it's an admission, but
It has
we'll get
to
to
be
the
for
number
ID.
for the deposition. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
No problem.
While we're doing that, Mr. Jones, what's a Potemkin village?
A Potemkin village, I believe, goes back to examples like before the Russian Revolution, czars would build fake villages for PR stunts. Then I think there was some, I forget the exact historic nature of it. I may be wrong about that. It's something to do with Russian history and government staging events.
Right, and this Potemkin village would be filled with people to play parts as if they were villagers, correct?
Yes.
Actors in a hoax that the government was staging. Yes?
It's like the Truman Show.
And the Truman Show, that's a movie, yes?
Yes.
Where this fake village is plopped down and everybody who populates it is in on the hoax, yes?
I think that's what the movie's about.
And that's what a Potemkin village is, to your understanding?
It's got a lot of definitions, but I think that's a fair one.
Is that about right? Is that how you were using it when you were deposed?
You'd have to refresh my memory.
That's what we're trying to do here. All right, we'll play that.
Sorry, Counsel, what exhibit number is this?
Your claim, in response to my question, that there's a fictitious person named Robbie Parker with an actor playing, you'd agree with me that by going in front of the camera to millions and millions of people, there would be somebody who would know, hey, I know that guy. That's not Robbie Parker, right? Objection. You just answered that question. Do you think that, is that a reasonable expectation?
No.
Okay. Objection. And if somebody were to recognize,
It's a Potemkin village.
if somebody were to recognize the person playing Robbie Parker isn't in fact Robbie Parker, that would blow the whole hoax, right? Objection.
Objection. You know what a Potemkin village is?
Answer my question.
None of this is a Potemkin village.
Okay. By Potemkin Village, you mean everybody who was in the immediate community would have been in on it.
Well, they set that up
Right?
during World War II.
That's what, no. That's what you mean, that everybody in the community is in on it.
Not everybody would have been in a close-knit area.
Which would mean, it's certainly all the parents of children who were killed would have to be part of that conspiracy, right?
Or maybe it didn't even happen.
That'd be a good time for lunch break, Your Honor.
I think so.
Your Honor, I just need to know what exhibit that was.
Can we get that too? Mr. Fuller?
Yes, this, I think is 372.
372?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will take our lunch break. We'll be back right for 2 p.m. It is as imperative as always that you continue to obey the rules of juror conduct. Ron will take your notepads. If you go out, I'm not sure what the weather's like, it's hard to tell, but if you do venture out, just make sure that as you come back in, you avoid any of the witnesses or parties or lawyers associated with the case and any media that you might see. So I hope everyone has a nice lunch. We'll take a recess. lunch break. Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated when you find your seats. Regularly assigned seats. Council will stipulate that the entire panel has returned.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. You're all comfortable, Mr. Jones. I'll let Mr. Ferraro hand out the notepads. Thank you, Mr. Ferraro. Whenever you're ready, Attorney Matty, you may continue.
Mr. Jones, do you remember before the break I showed a video of your deposition?
Yes.
And in that video, what you were acknowledging is that your claims that the parents were actors. Do you remember that?
No, it was hypothetical about a Potemkin village.
That's what you think that was? Let's play it again. Can we pull up, please, that clip?
And that is
Watch it
exhibit.
up to Mr. Jones.
What exhibit is that?
372, Judge.
Oh, thank you.
There's a fictitious person named Robbie Parker with an actor playing. You'd agree with me that by going in front of the camera to millions and millions of people, there would be somebody who would know, hey, I know that guy. That's not Robbie Parker, right? Objection. Just answered that question. Do you think that, is that a reasonable expectation?
No.
Okay. Objection. And, if somebody were to recognize,
It's a Potemkin village.
if somebody were to recognize the person playing Robbie Parker isn't in fact Robbie Parker,
You lose it? Take your time. your claim in response to my question that there's a fictitious person named Robbie Parker with an actor playing, you'd agree with me that by going in front of the camera to millions and millions of people, there would be somebody who would know, hey, I know that guy. That's not Robbie Parker, right? Objection. You just answered that question. Do you think that, is that a reasonable expectation?
No.
Okay. Objection. And, if somebody were to recognize,
It's a Potemkin village.
if somebody were to recognize the person playing Robbie Parker isn't in fact Robbie Parker, that would blow the whole hoax, right? Objection. Objection.
You know what a Potemkin village is?
Answer my question.
None of this is a Potemkin village.
Okay. By Potemkin village, you mean everybody who was in the immediate community would have been in on it.
Well, they set that up
Right.
during World War II.
That's what, no. That's what you mean, that everybody in the community is in on it.
Not everybody, but in a close-knit area.
Okay. Which would mean it's certainly all the parents of children who were killed would have to be part of that conspiracy, right?
Or maybe it didn't even happen.
Everybody in the community is in on it.
Not everybody, but in a close-knit area.
Which would mean it's certainly all the parents of children who were killed would have to be part of that conspiracy, right?
Or maybe it didn't even happen, is what people were saying.
So they're clearly actors. And what you're describing for me is a conspiracy in which, where there is a mass shooting, that everybody involved in the mass shooting has to be in on the hoax, right? For it to work. Objection.
Yes.
Okay. And in that circumstance, if everybody's in on the hoax, that means that there were never any children to begin with, right? Objection.
Yes.
Because it wouldn't be believable that only one parent would fake their child's death. It would have to be everybody. Objection. Yes?
Yes.
That was your testimony, sir?
You say the school was only open as a cutout, right? And what you mean by cutout is basically a set, as if in a movie or a play.
Potemkin Village.
Right. So this was basically just a fake set on which this hoax could play out, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, when you say cutout, that's what you mean?
Yes.
All right. And you say that it was closed until right before the shooting, right? The school itself?
Yes.
That's your testimony, right, Mr. Jones? That's a yes or no question.
It's highly edited. No, that's not my testimony. So, I mean, why can't
Was that you
explain-
speaking?
Objection. Mr. Jones.
But it's, I mean,
No, just wait till the next question.
I mean, I said in the interview, I thought it happened.
Mr.
Just
Jones?
edited it.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
I said several times to stop.
Okay.
And you didn't stop.
You just aired
We
it.
don't, we don't want anything unpleasant. So just tell us stop.
This was your deposition testimony, was it not, that I just played?
Yes, clips of it.
And you acknowledged during your deposition that you had said that the parents were clearly actors, quote, clearly actors, correct?
No, I said it looked like that Robbie Parker was acting.
Mr. Jones, are you aware, having watched some of this trial, that this jury has actually seen a lot of your videos
I
already?
watched some of the trial.
Sir, please just, if you can answer my question. Are you aware, having watched some of the trial, that this jury has already seen a lot of the videos that you made about Sandy Hook?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know,
Sustained,
Move to strike.
so ordered.
Mr. Jones, did you watch the parts of the trial where I showed a video of you saying the parents were clearly actors? Did you watch that part?
I don't remember.
Okay. You're not telling this jury that you never said there were clearly actors, are you?
No, I mean, there's been a point in time where I believed it probably was a hoax because of all the stuff surrounding it.
Judge, I just move to strike that.
I mean,
I think it's responsive.
I'm gonna strike it.
So let's see if we can do this again. You're not telling this jury that you never said they were clearly actors, right?
no, I'm not
You
telling them.
acknowledge you said that.
I said some might have, it looked like some might have been, yes.
And we just saw you say, when I asked you what you meant by a cutout, and you acknowledged that you meant that it was just a set on which this fake hoax could play out, right? You see that testimony there?
It was, you were asking me a hypothetical of what it is, yes.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
So ordered.
So when you called, let's do it this way. You acknowledged that among the things that you said about Sandy Hook was that it was fake, yes?
Yes,
Synthetic,
yes,
manufactured,
yes,
with actors,
yes,
total hoax.
yes,
You acknowledged that repeatedly you mocked parents by saying that they had done the fake, the laughing and then the fake crying, right?
no, not parents. I said Robbie Parker. Look fake to me.
Did you remember the video we just saw earlier in which you said, it's not just one, you have a bunch of parents doing that? Do you remember?
I told you I didn't say their names, so I can't say I said the parents.
So, did you remember when we just played a video, not long ago, that I showed you on this very point where you said, it's not just one parent doing this, but a bunch of parents? Did you remember seeing the video?
Yes,
That was you in it, right?
yes,
You chose to say that. Nobody made you say
Yes.
that, right? Now, Mr. Jones, am I correct that over time, there have been many instances in which you have learned that there are members of your audience who have been provoked to violence by
Objection
you?
at the forum, am I correct? Nobody cares about Mr.
No.
Manning.
Okay. I'm not correct about that. That to this day, you're
Just one second, Srinati. If your client is gonna speak through your objection, there's nothing I can do about it at this point. So should I
Understood.
remind him again?
Yes, please.
So, Mr. Jones, when your attorney objects, just stop speaking so that I can rule. You're getting your answer out before I can even.
I understand.
Okay.
You expect of your many, many, many millions of audience members that many of them believe what you said, right?
Yes.
And you know that over time, members of your audience have committed violence, correct?
That question's, I can't answer that.
You don't know the answer to that, is what you're saying.
I mean, yeah.
And you familiar with a 2011 Rolling Stone article in which you were profiled?
Vaguely.
You say vaguely. Isn't that an article that you prominently featured on your website?
There's been a lot of articles on the website.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Why don't we pull up Exhibit 74?
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And let's go down a page. Okay, here we go. Right? You recognize that this was part of your website in which you were telling your audience all about you, about Alex Jones, right?
Objection when, Judge?
Sustained.
This is an evidence with the date, Your Honor.
My client needs to know the date.
Well, let me ask him. Let's go back to the top. This is a webpage of yours that's about Alex Jones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go, and you don't dispute that you published this, yes?
Looks like an old, some old, no, it looks like my site.
Yeah. And if we go down to the bottom, it's okay, we don't need that. Go ahead, yeah, let's pull that up. You can see here, Mr. Jones, that you quoted a 2011 Rolling Stone article, right?
Yes, I mean, I acknowledge there's been a lot of Rolling Stone articles.
How many have there been about you?
Quite a few.
Okay. Is this the only one that you featured on your website?
I don't remember any of those.
All right. You don't remember any what?
I mean, I vaguely remember what you're talking about. So I
You
said yes.
remember that you were profiled in 2011 in Rolling Stone, yes?
Same answer I gave a few minutes ago, yes.
And you decided to feature that quotes from that article on your website, right?
Somebody did, yes.
Is this your website? Do you take responsibility for anything, Mr. Jones?
No, but I mean,
Objection to the floor, move to strike
Most
that,
of it all.
Representative.
Sustained.
And in this 2011 Rolling Stone article, you actually cooperated with the author. You gave him an interview, did you not?
I remember the interview now. I've never seen his name.
And in that interview, you told the author, quote, "Some unstable people are drawn to the bright flame of enlightenment. That is so-called conspiracy culture. Some trees are going to become uprooted in a storm like this, but we can't stop telling the truth for fear of what telling the truth is going to do." Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, that's what you said, right?
Yes.
Some people become uprooted, don't they? Right?
In whole culture, yes.
People in your audience, right?
I'm just speaking in general.
And these are people that you use, don't you?
No.
Okay. What about Dan Badani? You know Dan Badani?
Yes.
Dan Badani was an employee of yours, correct?
Briefly, full time, then did some stuff for us, yes.
Yeah. And when you got sued, you were very, very nervous about being connected to Dan Badani, weren't you?
No, I mean, I like Dan, but I like Dan.
Is that a no? You weren't nervous about being connected to him?
I mean, later when he did some things we didn't like, I said we couldn't work with him anymore.
I'm talking about when you were sued. When you were sued here, 2018, remember that?
Yes.
One of the first things you did was direct Rob Dew to figure out when was the last time you paid Dan Badani, isn't it?
I don't remember that.
You don't? Do you deny it?
No,
And during your first deposition in Texas, you said under oath that the last thing Dan Badani ever did for you was cover the Boston Marathon bombing, correct?
I mean, it all just bleeds together. This is years ago, I don't remember.
No, sir. You weren't deposed years ago. You testified.
I wasn't deposed years ago?
You testified in Texas, did you not, that the last thing Dan Badani ever did for you was cover the Boston Marathon?
Objection to the form, Judge. It's impeachment. The rules.
I know he covered that.
Shown the item.
Overruled.
Do you not know if you testified to that?
Objection.
I don't.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
Let's pull up. Exhibit 185, this is in evidence.
It is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
And let's just pull up the header in the first sentence there. This is from Rod Dew, right?
Yes.
Rob Dew, one of your longtime top employees, correct?
Yes.
In fact, Rob Dew came up to Connecticut with you for your deposition, right?
Yes.
And he came up to Connecticut with you for your trial testimony. He's here right now, isn't he?
Yes.
And Rob Dew is emailing Melinda Flores. Melinda is your bookkeeper, correct?
Was.
Was. And Tim Fruget, that's your longtime business director, correct?
Yes.
And he's copying an M. Balin at Baker Law. That's one of your lawyers, right?
Was.
He was at this time, yes?
Yes.
And what's the date?
5/24/18.
Right. And the subject?
Damn it on me.
It says, from what I can tell, we paid our last invoice to Dan on January 2016. The invoice was from December 2015, right? That's what it says?
It does say that.
And this is the day after you were sued by these families that Rob Dew's looking into this, right?
I don't remember this.
Right. Well, you don't remember? The question is, was this the day after you were sued?
If you tell me so.
No, sir. You're the witness here.
I don't remember.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Let's bring up that, the complaint we were looking at earlier. You remember we were looking at your lawsuit earlier where you sued somebody else?
Yes.
And let's go down a page. Let's go to paragraph 5. May 23rd, 2018, InfoWars, Jones' employer was sued by a range of people, including those related to the victims of the Sandy Hook shooting. I read that right?
Yes.
So if that's true, and this is your complaint, right?
Yes.
Rob Dew, the day after, is trying to figure out when Dan Badani last worked for you guys, right?
I guess that's an email. Yes.
And then, pull that down. I think your testimony is that you don't recall whether you said the last thing he ever covered for you was the Boston Marathon bombing, right?
Yeah, I don't remember any of this. Yes.
And the reason that you were so concerned about Dan Badani is because you knew exactly what you had him do for you, right?
Objection. It assumes a fact, not evidence.
Overruled.
Okay. When you would send Dan Badani on a mission, what would you call him?
All sorts of names. I don't know.
Well, why don't we see if we can refresh your recollection? Let's play Exhibit 11.
Do you know what we proudly say about Badani when we see him on a mission? What? Release the Kraken.
It's hilarious, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
I mean, I don't know the context of the clip. We are laughing.
Yeah. You can't tell from the clip what the context is?
No.
And when you send Dan Badani on a mission, you know what the Kraken is. That's a mythological monster, correct?
Yes.
And when you release Mr. Badandi, it's because you want him to behave exactly in that way, right?
Objection as to form.
Overruled.
I mean, I don't know what specifics you're talking about. She'll refresh my memory.
Let me do that. Let me refresh your memory about what happens when you send Mr. Badandi on a mission. It's Exhibit 27, Your Honor.
It is a full exhibit, yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, you put into your assignment 12 hours ago?
Wow, retirement, huh?
You guys trying to cover up Sandy Hook?
Retirement, huh?
What's
Wow.
going on? We know you guys have correspondence. Please
You
tell
got nothing to
me.
hide, just speak to us.
Good time for retirement. Good time for retirement.
Good time.
Perfect time for retirement.
Just speak to us.
See this slide, folks, right here. You got the Sandy Hook police chief right here, put in for his retirement.
Put in for his retirement.
He's not answering the questions and he's leaving the whole.
Dan. Retirement, huh?
Attorney Frank, do you know about the police chief putting his retirement to a while ago? How do you guys feel like part of the massive number hiding the truth from Sandy Hook? Do you see the blind folks right there? You see the people defending criminals?
He's blocking out the path down the stairs. This is all.
Yeah, you got it.
Building on
Get down on the way.
stairs, buddy. What's this guy's name again? He's the criminal, right? Blocking our path down the walkway. And there's.
They ain't gonna block us. Get my way up the road, right to me.
Yeah. Tripping crow, piece of shit, motherfucker. What, retirement, huh?
Sorry, please, I'm trying to.
How's your retirement gonna be?
Are you trying to cover up Sandy Hook? We know you had communication with the helicopter, that's protocol, sir.
Yeah.
I'm a pilot myself, so you're not fooling nobody.
Oh, thank you.
You know, the information's gonna come out, you know that, right? You people are going to jail if you lie on the stand. Will.
Retirement, wow. That's great. I hope you enjoy that retirement.
So are you retiring due to the fact that Sandy Hook was a cover-up? So you went around the police chief of Sandy Hook there in Connecticut?
Yeah.
He's covering up the whole operation. They had communication with the helicopter, the line on the stand. That's perjury, sir. You know what perjury is?
You got nothing to hide, just speak to us, sir.
Yeah, you got nothing to hide. Just speak
Take
to
a
us.
moment to speak with us. You're a public official.
Sir, you know you're lying on the air, right? Who was holding?
That's the Kraken, right? Dan Badandi?
Yeah.
And you thought so highly of Dan Badandi that you actually allowed him to live stream this to your audience, correct?
I don't believe so.
No?
It looks like he had his own show on another, but he just put him, I don't remember exactly, but that doesn't look like anything we put up. I think clips of it may have been played on one of the other shows I have with hosts, if memory serves, but I mean, first time I saw this was a few years ago.
What year do you think this was?
I don't remember.
Your testimony is the first time you saw this was like a few years ago?
I mean, can you refresh my memory? I mean,
Do you need your memory refreshed?
yeah, I don't remember what happened 2 weeks ago on my show. So a lot of on-air stuff. That just doesn't look like our graphics. So.
Go ahead, keep playing it. See if we can help you with this, Mr. Jones.
You
Reuters, credentials, Infowars.com, the #1 alternative news source in the world.
Live right on the air. What do you have to say about defending criminals?
What's your name?
You hear him say, Mr. Jones, that he was live right on the air?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to say.
Did you hear him say in that video to the people he was harassing that they were live on the air?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with your corporate representative's testimony that in fact this had been streamed through Infowars? Are you familiar with that testimony?
I'm not familiar with that, and I don't even really get the point you're getting at.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not for you to get the point. It's for the jury. Okay.
Objection, move to strike that again, Judge.
So, Mr. Jones,
It's not Mr. Jones' testimony, I'm moving to strike.
excuse me, I'm speaking. So listen to the question that's asked and answer the question that's asked. Your answer was not responsive in any way, shape, or form. So I can have the monitor read it back, or I can have Mr. Madden ask the question again. But just listen to the question that's asked and answer that question. The whether or not you get the point of where Mr. Madden is going with it is not a concern.
My objection was to the gratuitous comments from counsel. I object to those answers.
To the extent there were any gratuitous comments by anyone, they're stricken. So, Mr. Maddy, do you want me to have the monitor play the question back, or do you have it?
That's not necessary,
Okay.
Your Honor. Because I think ultimately where you're going to land, Mr. Jones, is that you just don't know whether this was streamed by Infowars, right?
Yes, I know we put some of his stuff on air. This looks like his show he would do and put Infowars on it. I know he had his own streaming show. That's why I can't answer the question. I don't know.
All right, so I'm going to move to strike that part.
So ordered.
And the answer is you don't.
I don't know.
You do know that after this, Mr. Badani came back on to talk about Sandy Hook, right?
I believe they had him on some shows, yes.
You had him on, didn't you?
I had him on some. I can't remember all the days.
And what you wanted him on to talk about was this new revelation that an FBI agent, John Doe, Rob Doe's uncle, was now investigating Sandy Hook, correct?
I do remember that happened.
Yeah. And I think you titled that video, Mega Massive Cover-Up, FBI Agent Now Investigating Sandy Hook, right?
Someone titled it that, probably me.
And if you're familiar with Rob Doe's testimony, that the reality is he doesn't even know if his uncle was a janitor for the FBI. You aware of that?
I think that was a sarcastic comment. Did you ask him that?
Move to strike. Are you aware that that was his testimony?
I think I heard about it secondhand.
From who, Rob?
Yes, he said it was a joke.
Oh, he did? That's what he said?
Yeah.
He was under oath when he made that joke?
Like I told you, I heard it secondhand.
Right. Is Rob in the area today?
I think he is.
Yeah. Is he close by?
I'm not sure where he's at right now.
Would you be willing to present him to testify here?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
There's an objection pending and it's been sustained. Mr. Jones.
I can't keep telling your client that. If he wants to keep answering, I can only say it so many times.
I finally stopped myself that time.
In addition to Dan Badani, you familiar with a gentleman named Matthew Mills?
No.
Do you recall in your deposition, I showed you a broadcast of your show in which you had invited somebody on named Matthew Mills that had infiltrated the Super Bowl?
You mean a caller? I do remember that now, yes.
What do you remember about that?
I vaguely remember I remember that name about a caller from the Super Bowl.
So somebody just called into your show, you didn't know who he was?
Can you refresh my memory?
I can if you need it refreshed.
Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to help you, so I'm actually trying to answer the questions, but I don't have all the answers.
Okay, because what you just said, and please don't help me, I just want you to testify truthfully. If The answer, you kind of volunteered that somebody had called in, but the reality is that you don't know whether that's true or not, right?
Yeah, so much. I think, can you, like, I remember that name. Maybe you brought it up to me in deposition or something?
And so, the video you remember is of you interviewing somebody who had infiltrated the Super Bowl. Do you remember at least that much?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this is not yet in evidence. If I can get the right number here. It's Exhibit 13, Your Honor. I'd offer it.
No foundation as yet.
I agree.
Your Honor, it might be useful for me to lay the foundation outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Jones could look at it,
He can't look at it on his own screen.
unless we have headphones, because it's a video.
Oh, okay. All right, so this will be a quick one. You can leave your notepads, and Ron will take you into the jury room. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Jones, why don't we pull up first page 662 of volume 2 of Mr. Jones's deposition,
Which deposition, sir?
April 6, 2022. Huh? 662, line 12. Trying to do this quickly. Now, Mr. Jones, you recall that in your deposition I asked you about this video and I played it for you?
No, I remember vaguely.
Okay, all right. And I represent to the court and counsel that the deposition testimony we're about to review relates to the same exhibit that's being offered here.
I accept the representation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you page 662. I'm just going to read this to you, Mr. Jones. You tell me if it's accurate. Question, are you familiar with a gentleman named Matthew Mills? Answer, it doesn't ring a bell. Question, okay, let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Do you recall interviewing a gentleman who had infiltrated a press event at the Super Bowl? Answer, no. In 2014, no. And he had snuck into the press event and grabbed a microphone and said that 9/11 was perpetrated by the U.S. government? Answer, I do remember that now. Question, that's ringing your bell? And you had that gentleman, Mr. Matthew Mills, on the air? Correct? Answer, yes. You recall interviewing him now? Answer, now, yeah. And then we played that, according to the transcript, we then played that interview, right? Yeah. Okay. I'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection.
Whenever you're ready, Ron.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right. No, no.
So wait, you say.
I figured you were making your notes there.
You know what, Your Honor, I could have done that with the jury here, and it just didn't occur to me at first.
May I speak to Attorney Manning briefly?
You may. thank you for your patience. We will quit as promised. All right, please be seated. Council, stipulate that our entire panel is present.
Oh, may I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. Mr. Jones, while the jury was out, we were able to refresh your memory that you did in fact interview a gentleman named Matthew Mills on your Alex Jones show, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this has been offered and admitted as the Alex Jones, portion of the Alex Jones broadcast on February 3rd, 2014. I'm going to play it and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Right? It's Exhibit 13 for the record.
We're going to play that coming up after some calls in the next segment. But right now, finishing up with the man of the hour, truly getting his 15 minutes of fame for something that matters. I mean, look at that goofy lineman up there going, yeah, I never thought I'd be an MVP. It's so incredible. Meanwhile, a guy with real courage jumps up there and says, 9/11 is an inside job staged by criminal elements of the government. And he joins us now, a listener of the transmission. I had a good feeling that he was a listener. We checked it out online, found some of his work, knew he was. But he's a listener via YouTube, a viewer via YouTube, like so many tens of millions a week are. And he joins us, Matthew Mills. Matthew, closing comments. I just want to tell you, I really admire your work, and you're the kind of stand-up guy. You know, you're the kind of guy we need as an East Coast reporter. That we don't have the money to have you full-time. We can pay you when you go out on events. In the future, you're the type of guy, it'd be cheaper than sending Jakari, who's a great guy, you know, all the way from Texas to the East Coast. Well, maybe we should talk about, we're talking about hiring Sergeant Biggs right now and work for us as a reporter, but as well. But, you know, I think you've got what it takes because, you know, you got in there and you did it, buddy. You've got the right stuff, so we salute you. How would you like to go on assignment at least once a month for us on the East Coast and get paid to do it?
Yeah, I would love to do it, Alex.
Yeah, I think you're a real kind of guy we need on the team. So, you know, what else is going on, brother? Anything else you want to add?
I think we kind of covered it all.
You know, I'm getting a little bit excited about you right now. I mean, listen, I don't get excited about Peyton Manning and football. I mean, I get excited about what you did. I want to sneak into Bohemian Grove again, or I want to sneak into Skull and Bones. I want to sneak in and expose these corrupt garbage heads. I mean, I love you blowing their operation and watching them run around like chickens with their heads cut off. You know what a big fan of you I am right now? Let me hear your war growl right now. Ah!
If me and you get to talk off air, I'll tell you about a couple other things I want to infiltrate. So
I like it. Like that. Anything else, soldier? Anything else you want to tell us?
No, man, not at all. I appreciate the call. I didn't even know you wanted me to call in. Just like I got some texts. It's been nice to talk to you. I've been listening to you for a while, and I'm a big fan of your work.
Remember that now?
I do remember now, yes.
Pretty clear to you now that actually you and your people reached out to him to have him on, right?
I think it was like a mini guess. Yeah, now that I remember this, they got him on through social media, and yeah.
And you offered him a job?
Yes. I mean, I talked about doing it.
And you said anything else, soldier, right?
Yep.
And this broadcast went out to millions and millions of people, right?
The Super Bowl?
No, this wasn't the Super Bowl, was it, Mr. Jones? This was your broadcast. That's what I'm asking you about.
I mean, I don't know how many went out that day, but definitely a lot, hundreds of thousands at least.
All of them were watching you praise Matthew Mills, right?
Objection, Judge. Argument is speculative.
Yeah, first, I mean, I believe that there's a cover-up 9/11.
I'm not asking you about your beliefs about 9/11. You were praising Matthew Mills, right?
For 9/11, for what he did at the Super Bowl.
Right, he infiltrated the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, I thought that was good civil action.
Let's just see if we can do yes or no, okay?
Okay.
He took over the stage at the post-Super Bowl press conference, yes?
Yes.
He yelled into the microphone as the MVP was being interviewed that 9/11 was staged by criminal elements of the United States government, yes? You admired that about him, right?
Yes.
You communicated to your audience that you admired that about him.
Yes.
You even offered him the job on air, yes?
Yes.
You called him a soldier, right?
Yes.
Anything else you want to add, soldier, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said he was a big fan of yours, right?
Yes.
He'd been following your work for a long time.
Yes.
Okay. And then he said, hey, I got a couple other things I'd like to infiltrate. I could talk to you about off air, right?
Yes.
This is February 2014, right?
I believe that's the date you said.
You know he's arrested for trespassing at the Super Bowl?
I don't remember.
Do you know he was arrested in Connecticut a little over a year later?
I do remember the story now. I don't remember exactly what he did, but I remember something about it.
You remember enough to know that the next event he infiltrated was the Vicky Soto Memorial 5K, right?
Objection, argumentative, terms of fact, not in evidence.
You don't know that?
I mean, we never hired him. I never really talked. I don't think I ever talked to him again after that.
You don't know though, do you, Mr. Jones?
Well, I mean, it'd be in our records. You've got all the records.
Wait a minute. If you had a phone call with Matthew Mills after this, and he said, I got a couple other things I'd like to infiltrate, I want to talk to you about, where would that record be?
Why don't you call him and ask him? Because I do.
Oh, we know. I'm asking you now. Did you talk to him?
I think during the break, going to break, and then it wasn't very coherent. But this is for a long time ago, so I can't exactly remember. But I don't think I ever talked to him again after that.
Mm-hmm. You know he showed up in Stratford though, right? Connecticut?
No.
You know he showed up in Stratford and confronted the Soto family when they were trying to put on a charity race in memory of their daughter and sister?
No, I didn't know about that. So I think you told me about it in the deposition.
Well, but that's the type of thing that you love, right?
No, I never came and did that.
Argumentative.
No.
Overruled.
Just another uprooted tree, yeah?
Again, you're just mixing things together.
Do you want to answer the question?
No, not just another uprooted tree.
In fact, even as this trial's been going on, the Jones Army has been active, hasn't it?
Objection is to form, Judge. Argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know what that means.
Mr. Jones, do you remember referring to yourself in your broadcast as a precision-guided munition?
That's a metaphor, information war.
Yeah, it's a metaphor. I know you're not actually a missile. It's a metaphor, right?
Yes, it refers to nonviolent civil disobedience, you name it.
Okay, it's an interesting nonviolent metaphor to choose. A precision-guided munition.
Objection is to form, argumentative.
Sustained. Let's ask the next.
You refer to yourself as a precision-guided munition, right?
I think you played me a clip of me saying that.
And you lay yourself down on the barbed wire so the rest of your army can come in over the top, right?
I think you're quoting me.
And that army's been coming over the top right here in Waterbury this week, hasn't it?
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
I don't know of what you speak.
Okay? Didn't you go on the air just a couple of days ago and commend your audience members for vandalizing property around this courthouse?
Oh, I mean, if you consider...
Is that a yes or no?
No, I didn't commend people for vandalizing.
You did? Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 520. It's not, I don't think it's yet in evidence. You see it, sir?
I don't consider a sticker.
I asked you when you see something on the screen.
Yes, I see an InfoWars sticker.
You see an InfoWars sticker on a street sign right outside this courthouse, correct?
Looks like it.
And you talked about that on air, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe if you say I did.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
And now, Your Honor, I'd like to offer 521.
I don't know what it is, Judge.
521, sir, you broadcast on air commending people for doing this, right? Just this last week?
I mean, I do want to commend people. I think the First Amendment's under attack.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I want to commend them now.
Okay. You did it on air, didn't you?
I don't remember, but I commend them now.
Okay. Well, why don't we see if we can refresh your recollection, Your Honor? This is a video. Do you have any objection to it?
I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
Your Honor, I would, I hate to do this, but if there's going to be an objection, I'm going to have to play it.
Proper of what it is.
Oh, this is, I'm happy to proffer. This will be a broadcast of Mr. Jones earlier this week talking about this very thing on the show.
Unedited?
What do you mean unedited? This show's 4 hours.
Unedited. In other words, may I speak to Attorney Manning?
This might avoid having to get up.
The representation is that it will be an unedited clip. No objection.
Full exhibit.
This is a bravado.
Go ahead.
This is America. This is Texas. This is freedom. This is Christianity. This is resistance. My forebears fought tyranny and were incredible people, and I will live up to their measure. And you will as well. So don't ever, as dark as the hour is and as out of control things are, don't you ever not realize how important you are and what you've done with your word of mouth and your action. And I'm talking to people that went to that puppet courthouse in Connecticut and put InfoWars stickers up everywhere. We commend you.
So we are this puppet courthouse, yeah. Yes, that's what you were referring to?
It's not mostly peaceful protests where they burn down $2 billion, but that's good. But the conservatives put up stickers and we're bad. I know we all need to go to prison.
You done?
I'm gonna excuse the jury for a moment.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
No, I'm gonna excuse the jury for a moment. I'll see counsel on the sidebar.
May I have a moment with my client in a brief recess?
Well, I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
I just,
It is what it is. I mean, you know,
I know, but we can't show like when we want to answer your questions. Either of us.
you're choosing.
No, I understand, but it's,
You tell me not to cut him off.
My impression of Mr. Jones is that he has been largely responsive to the questions. We've had few argumentative outbursts, fewer than I had expected. This was startling. It may be a sign of fatigue. If the court wants to take an early afternoon break, I will remind them of your orders and the consequences of break. Look, I'm talking to the court, not you guys. I mean, it's a.
oh, yeah, I am. So, why don't we go to 3:15? How's that?
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Please take your seats. Just so everyone can plan accordingly, we're going to take our, even though you've had an opportunity to get up and down, the staff has not, so we will take our afternoon recess in about 15 minutes. Okay?
Thank you.
And every day, Mr. Jones, that you've been doing stuff like we just saw, you've been encouraging, oh, I'm sorry, Attorney Farrell. You've been encouraging your audience to give you money, right?
Yes, like media, I raise money to stay on air.
And the most recent website you've been encouraging your audience to donate at is 1776coin.com, right?
Well, it's where you can buy silver coins.
Yeah. 1776coin.com is the website, right?
Yes.
It's also known as patriotscollectibles.com, right?
1776coin.com.
And you are telling your audience that they need to go out right now to support you and buy a, I think you say 0.999 silver coin with Teddy Roosevelt on it?
Yes.
How much are you offering that for right now?
Like $130.
$130 for a coin, what is it, about the size of a quarter?
No, it's cost about $35 to make.
I said, how big is it?
No, it's the size of a silver dollar. It's a silver dollar.
Okay, you say it costs $35 to make?
Yeah.
Okay, you pulled that out pretty quickly. So what's the margin?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
What's the margin on that? How much you say you're selling it for?
Well, on sale it's $99, but it is a fundraiser point. Like when PBS sells a coffee cup for $100.
I asked you how much you're selling it for.
You could get it on sale for $99.
What are you selling it for?
What?
Did you say you were selling it for $99 earlier?
Yeah, there's a sale too.
You're running a sale on it. What's it full price?
I just told you $130.
Thank you, $130. But they can get it right now for how much? $99?
The last time I checked a few days ago, there was a sale on. Yeah.
Okay. And the cost to you is how much?
It's like $35, depending on what it said to get it. It's like $35, something like that.
So if it's full price, you're talking about what? Like a 300% markup?
And we tell the listeners it has that because we need the support.
You tell the listeners what your cost is?
Absolutely, that they know. They're smart.
Oh,
Conservatives know all about silver and
You
gold.
tell them that you get Vaso beef for $4?
Get what?
You sell a product called Vaso beef, don't you?
No, Vaso beef.
Thank you, Vaso beef. I'm sorry, I'm not a customer.
Objection, Judge. Moves to strike.
Sustained.
Vaso beef you sell for how much?
I don't know.
Okay. Your retail is, your cost is $4, right?
I think it's more than that.
Okay. Tim Fruget would know that?
Yes, I mean, if you want me, I could get those numbers for you.
No, I think I can show them to you. Hold on one second. We'll get that for you in a second. They'll let me know when it's ready. Your testimony is that you tell your audience what the markup is on the supplements you sell?
I think from time to time we've told people, yeah.
What's the markup on the food buckets you're selling?
It's 35 to 40%. I know you have a text message that isn't right that says 80. It's just not the case.
Okay.
No.
So when Tim Fruget told you that 70% of the money you're making off storable food is pure profit, that was a mistake?
That was definitely a mistake.
You know better.
Yeah, absolutely, I know.
And you're interested in that, right?
I mean, I just know that's more disinformation. Told you how much the coin was, told you what happens to the food, told you point blank.
So Tim Fruget, when he's texting you, is spreading disinformation?
Objection, Judge.
I saw in the last, I can't talk about the last thing.
You know what the text message is.
Text message,
Objection,
and it was not correct.
answering.
But the Vaso beef markup, you don't know.
I don't have that in front of me.
Anyway, back to this coin. This is what you've been asking your audience to give you money for this week, right?
We actually started making these coins 6 months ago.
But what you're running right now this week is you've been talking about this trial. After each segment, you're sending them to 1776coin.com. right?
Yes, that's where we sell the collectible coins for people that want to keep the show on the air.
Okay. And did you tell Brittany Paz about that revenue platform?
We advertise it on air, yeah, we did, yeah.
Okay. Free Speech Systems owns that website?
No, it's an outside platform, but it advertises on Free Speech Systems.
And but you get a cut of what they sell, obviously. That's why you're pitching it.
Yes.
Yeah. And what about 50percentoff.com? Do you have that one?
No, that's not on the website.
What about? Do you have an interest in it?
No.
What about Prepare with Alex?
That is a URL that links to preparewithalex.com links to preparetoday.com. So I told you last time, it's a link. It's not a website.
Right. It has products for sale on it. Prepare today.
Yes.
In other words, what you're saying, this is this idea of redundancy again, right? People can get to preparetoday.com by either going to Prepare with Alex or Prepare Today, right?
Preparetoday.com is the actual website.
Right.
And all preparewithalex.com is another URL that'll take you there.
Right. So if you type in preparewithalex.com, you automatically go to preparetoday.com, right?
I believe so.
And you sell stuff on that.
No, another party sells the storable foods there that they pay us advertising.
Then, well, wait a second now. Are you saying that you don't get a cut of the products that are sold on preparetoday.com?
I just said it pays us advertising.
You said they pay you advertising, but isn't it true that you get a cut of whatever the sales are? Or maybe you don't know.
I don't understand what you're saying. Of course we get paid the money.
Okay. Do we have that? Basil beet? Excuse me. Yeah, it's a full exhibit, yes? Oh, let's pull it up in front of you, Mr. Jones.
And what exhibit is this? ID?
This is a demonstrative, Your Honor, that was shown in opening. All aspects of it are in full, and so I would just ask to display it to the jury.
If it has a number, I'd like to know it.
No, this is a demonstrative exhibit.
Very well.
You can pull it up. InfoWars store, that's your logo, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You familiar with this text message from Tim Fruget? Emailed all the plugs to Drew, Do, and all producers. The retail for Veso Beat will be $39.95 and sale for $19.95. Our cost is $4.
I see that.
Okay, and if you go down, if we just kind of back out of that, that's what you get, right, for $39.95 or 19 something. If it's
Same thing under another name sold on Fox News, same price.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
But I believe that some of the bigger bottles, like $10 a bottle for us.
Okay. And you just pay $4 for that.
I think we're paying like $8 last time I checked, but that's what it says.
And of course you tell your audience, hey, listen, we pay $4 for this, but we want you to give us $40 for it. You tell them that?
Well, we usually sell it for 19.
Okay, do you tell them, we pay $4 for this, but we're gonna mark it up
Yep.
400%?
My audience are like,
Can you just answer that?
my audience is smart, that they actually work for a living. They understand markup. They understand what we're doing.
Oh, okay, all right. And why don't we talk about cryptocurrency?
Okay.
Because one of the ways that you encourage your audience to give you money is in cryptocurrency donations, right?
Yes.
And I think we have that page. You have that as an exhibit. And you have a page on your website that's just for cryptocurrency donations, right?
Infowars.com/crypto.
Is that a little advertisement just there?
Well, we're fighting the deep state. We need money.
All right. And that'll end up as a clip for you on your show tonight, won't it?
Objection, move to strike, Judge.
Won't it?
Objection, move to strike again.
I'm sorry, when you turn around to look at the camera and talk, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. That will end up as a clip on your show tonight.
Objection.
Your advertisement
move to
for your
strike.
cryptocurrency page.
Overruled.
You know, I mean, people want to keep us in the fight, so I mean, I hope whoever the big whales are that have given us money before keep doing it.
We'll just keep minting money as you're in this courtroom. won't we, Mr.
Objection,
Jones?
Judge.
All right, let's move on.
I mean,
And
people care about the First Amendment.
And in the cryptocurrency page, people can give you in Bitcoin, yes?
Yes.
Ethereum, right?
Yes.
And it says support the info war, right?
Yes.
But there's nothing on that page that tells your audience that when they give you cryptocurrency, it goes directly into your personal account, is there?
Oh, I've told the listeners that.
Mr. Jones, listen to my question. On the page, the crypto page, where you say support the info war, there's nothing on there that says that the crypto donations go directly into your personal account, is there?
And then directly into the company account. That's how crypto works.
Okay. Do we have the page? 516. Oh, I don't think it's admitted yet. Take a look at your screen, Mr. Jones.
I know the page.
Okay, well, I need to admit it through. Is that it?
Yes.
I offer it, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge, on that foundation.
And that is exhibit what, Ron?
I believe you said 516.
So ordered.
This is it. Give crypto, fund InfoWars. Sponsor us with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, right?
Yes.
And then it gives you another of, I'm sorry, you can back out of that. It gives you all these different cryptocurrencies you can give, right?
Yes.
So just to be real clear, this is a yes or no. When somebody gives cryptocurrency over this website, it goes directly into your crypto wallet that you personally control. Yes or no?
Yes.
And when that happens, you have full and sole access to that asset, right?
Yes.
It's password protected.
Yes.
And earlier this year, in a number of donations, $8 million in Bitcoin was donated through this page to you personally, correct?
I think it was 9 million.
9 million. And you cashed out about 5 million of that, right?
No, that's when you deposed me. We've cashed all but $60,000 out, and it's all been put into InfoWars.
Okay, so let's just get this real clear. So your sworn testimony to this jury and anybody else who may be interested is that that full amount that went to you personally, you then put right into free speech systems. That's your sworn testimony?
I don't have the exact accounting, but do the math. There's $60,000 left in the wallet, which is public. Anybody can go look at it. You act like it's all secret. The whole point of it's public. And so there's the wallet. And then that's how my IT folks set it up. That's how you do it, is you got your personal wallet, and then I put it in my private bank account, and then I put it into the company. And I think we put all the money I put in my account into free speech systems. It's been, I'm not allowed to say during the rulings, but it's trying to shore it up. And then there's 60,000 left, hoping it goes back up, that we're waiting. But I don't think it's gonna go back up for a while, and we're probably gonna dump that out next week and put it in free speech systems.
So just to wrap this up, your sworn testimony is that everything other than $60,000 of that 8 million that you got went into your personal account, and then you transferred into free speech systems. Yes or no?
Yes, other than bonuses, $100,000 of bonuses went to the IT people and some of the graphics crew. So they got $100,000.
You got none of it yourself, is what you're saying.
Yes, and it'd be nice if we could put on evidence, but we're blocked from it. I could probably get you those numbers. Would you like those?
No, what I want you to do is offer sworn testimony that
Objection,
none of
Judge.
that money
Objection.
went to you.
Jane, why don't we just rephrase the question?
I got a new question for you. I just want to be crystal clear here. None of that money ended up with you personally. Yes or no?
Well, you'll say technically. Well, technically, it went in my bank account, and then I put it into free speech systems. That's how it works.
None of it remains in your personal possession.
I'd have to do the exact accounting. I think it may be negative. I mean, I think I may put more money in.
All right, Mr. Jones.
Well, Chris, you're trying to.
Well, first of all.
Yeah. Mr. Maddie.
I think we can close that.
Okay.
said about 3:15.
This is a good time. All right, so we will take the afternoon recess. We will resume at 3:30. Ron will collect your notepads. You'll continue to obey the rules of juror conduct. We're ready to resume?
Yes, sure.
Attorney Matty, can you talk to Attorney Pattis about a good time to end today? You thinking like 4:30 or?
I will be done, I would expect, within the next 20 minutes, I would think.
Oh,
And then Attorney Pattis can go as long as.
okay.
As long as they're allowed. Maybe?
Sure.
So I was telling them, I was telling my colleagues during the break that I may not recall, I may not have further questions for Watts because I'm trying to make the most of his time. If the court wants me to start with Jones tonight, that's fine. If the court, today rather, if the court would consider starting it tomorrow, it'll be quicker. I'll have a chance to think about it. Otherwise, I'm prepared to start, but I won't finish tonight and there'll be a little bit of filibuster
Yeah, I
in there.
don't, you guys don't care, right? It's been a long day.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we start? Thank you.
You want to just agree to end when I'm done with direct?
That's what I'm saying. Do you want to do it?
All right.
Thank you, Chris.
Alrighty. Welcome back, folks. Council stipulate that the entire panel has returned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Pattis, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, yes.
Please be seated. Whenever you're ready, Attorney Matty.
Mr. Jones, am I correct that you've estimated your audience to be about 10% of the English-speaking world?
I think at one time or another, 10% of the English-speaking world has probably tuned into my show or seen clips of it somewhere.
Okay. So fair to say that in your view, at least, at one point, 10% of the English-speaking world have been exposed to your content, yes?
Yes, and that's about 50 million, not 550 million. That doesn't exist. There's not that many English speakers in the world. Your number, you're expert about.
You know that that's actually not referring to people, that's referring to views. Do you know that?
Well, my coverage of Sandy Hook didn't have 50 million views.
Your Honor, I'm going to strike that.
Sustained. Stricken.
Are you aware that this jury has seen exhibits that in 2011 alone, there were 286 million page views on your website?
But not on Sandy Hook.
Mr. Jones, see if you can answer my question. Are you aware, and I'm going to strike that.
Stricken.
Are you aware that according to your own data, just in 2011 alone, and just on Infowars.com alone, you had 286 million page views?
A page view is not a person.
So is that a yes or no? I didn't ask about people, I asked about page views, right?
I'm not a computer statistician.
Oh, okay. So, and the idea here for you, and has been, is to grow your audience so you can make more money, right?
No.
So, you have expanded your audience year over year, right, since you started?
No, after the thing I'm not allowed to talk about happened, the audience got a lot smaller.
Move to strike.
Sustained.
Mr. Jones, let's see if we can just agree on this. I know Attorney House doesn't like. Let's see if this is accurate. The more people who come to your website or see your stuff on social media, the more money you make. Yes?
In a crude way, that's true, but not exactly.
All right. And every year in which you made claims about Sandy Hook, you were making more money, yeah?
object, it's a little ambiguous.
Let's go year over year. 2012 to 2013, you made more money, yes?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe so, yes.
2013 to 2014, you made more money, yeah?
Yes,
2014 to 2015, you made more.
yes,
And so on, yes?
yes, that's for the,
Is that yes?
that was globalism coming true.
Is that yes?
Yes, but Sandy Hook wasn't the driver of that.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Stricken.
And this is the time when you were repeatedly referring to the families who lost loved ones at Sandy Hook as actors, yes?
No,
Including Robbie Parker, correct?
I did say that about him.
And Robbie Parker, you repeatedly showed slow motion video of him walking up to a microphone to give a statement the evening after his daughter Emily was murdered, correct?
Yes, and I've apologized for that.
Move to strike that, Your Honor.
Striking the objection, I think it's responsive.
It's not, it's stricken.
And you said you apologized for that.
Many times.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Jones, let's do this. May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
You on your show last week, Mr. Jones, talking about this case and saying, you're not apologizing for anything. Didn't you say that? Yes or no?
I said I'm finished apologizing.
Didn't you say on your show last week, I'm not apologizing for anything. I'm right 99% of the time. Didn't you say that? Yes or no?
Yes,
And you showed this video of Robbie Parker over and over and over again, correct?
last week?
It's disrespectful.
No, during the years in which you did this, okay, you showed a slowed down, edited video of Robbie Parker time after time after time. Yes?
It was a huge video on the internet. We covered it. We did not
Is that a
create it.
yes?
We showed the clip was on the internet.
Now, the clip that you showed was how long?
I don't remember.
You never once showed Robbie's statement that he gave about his daughter, did you?
I believe we did. I mean, this is over 10 years. I don't remember.
You've had from 2012 until now to show that full statement, correct? Yes or no?
I don't think it's fair to say I didn't show it because I don't
Well,
know.
do you know or not?
I don't know.
Okay. Would Brittany Paz know?
I mean, we
Would Brittany Paz know?
I don't know.
Whether you showed it or not, did you ever watch his full statement?
I believe so.
You do. You think you watched the full 15 minutes?
No, I saw what I saw on the news and I saw the big internet.
I'm asking you whether you watched the full statement, sir.
I don't remember.
We're gonna watch it now. It's Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
Full exhibit.
It's a full exhibit, Your Honor.
In a situation like this, I remember at Virginia Tech, when I went out there, parents, loved ones of slain young people wanted to remember their sons and their daughters, and as a result, they spoke and made a statement. So we'll see if Robbie Parker, I assume he's going to come onto the microphones now. and make a statement. Looks like the family is there, and they're getting ready to come to the microphone, so we'll listen to her.
Okay. So my name's Robbie Parker. My family is one of the families that lost a child yesterday in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shootings here in Connecticut. I've been contacted by so many people and agencies wanting to know how we're doing, and I just thought that this might be the best way to share those feelings with everybody. First of all, I'd really like to offer our deepest condolences to all the families who were directly affected by this shooting. It's a horrific tragedy, and we want everybody to know that our hearts and our prayers go out to them. This includes the family of the shooter. I can't imagine how hard this experience must be for you. And I want you to know that our family and our love and our support goes out to you as well. At this time, our thanks go out to so many people, so many friends and family and complete strangers who we don't know, for all the love, condolences, and support that you've given to us. My daughter, Emily, would be one of the first ones to be standing and giving her love and support to all those victims, because that's the type of person that she is. Not because of any parenting that my wife and I could have done, but because those are the gifts that were given to her by her Heavenly Father. As the deep pain begins to settle into our hearts, we find comfort reflecting on the incredible person that Emily was, and how many lives that she was able to touch in her short time here on earth. Emily was bright, creative, and very loving. Emily was always willing to try new things, other than food. She loved to use her talents to touch the lives of everyone that she came into contact with. She was an exceptional artist, and she always carried around her markers and pencils so that she never missed an opportunity to draw a picture or make a card for those around her. I can't count the number of times Emily noticed someone feeling sad or frustrated and would rush to find a piece of paper to draw them a picture or to write them an encouraging note. Emily's card making was expressed beautifully this last October when she placed a very special card that she had made into the casket with her grandpa, who also just recently died of a tragic accident. Emily was a mentor to her two little sisters in delighting and teaching them how to read, dance, and find the simple joys in life. Emily's laughter was infectious, and all those who had the pleasure to meet her would agree that this world is a better place because she has been in it. As we move on from what happened here, what happened to so many people, let it not turn into something that defines us, but something that inspires us to be better, to be more compassionate, and more humble people. Let us please keep the sentiments of love that we feel for our families and the compassion that we feel for others, even complete strangers, and keep them with us at all times, not just in times of sorrow and tragedy. And may we do this so that we can better all of our communities, in all of our cities, in all our states, so that we can make everyone, everywhere in this country, feel safe. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions as long as I see them to be within reason. I was leaving to work, and she woke up before I left, and I've actually been teaching her Portuguese, and so our last conversation was in Portuguese, and she told me good morning, and asked how I was doing, and I said that I was doing well. She said that she loved me, and I gave her a kiss, and I was out the door.
That's Robbie Parker, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
It is.
That's the real Robbie Parker, isn't it?
I mean, I said years ago I thought San Diego had him.
Robbie Parker's sitting right here. He's real, isn't he?
He is.
And for years, you put a target on his back, didn't you?
Objection to the form of that, Judge.
Well, I mean,
Didn't you?
I've admitted I've said his name. It's true. I haven't said other people's names when we know who they are.
You put a target on his back just like you did every single parent and loved one sitting here, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
No, you
Objection.
didn't.
That's argumentative. It's speculative. There is no foundation for it, and it's inappropriate in this context.
These are real people. You know that, Mr. Jones?
I think you just told him to move on.
Just like all the Iraqis, but you liberals kill and love. It's just, you're unbelievable. You switch on emotions on and off when you want. It's just ambulance chasing.
Why don't you show a little respect?
Objection, Judge. I think that you get what you give in this court. Objection.
You have families in this courtroom here that lost children, sisters, wives, moms.
Is this a struggle session? Are we in China? I've already said I'm sorry hundreds of times, and I'm done saying I'm sorry. I didn't generate this. I wasn't the first person to say it. American gun owners didn't like being blamed for this, as the left did, so we rejected it mentally and said it must not be true. But I legitimately thought it might have been staged, and I stand by that, and I don't apologize for it.
And don't apologize, Mr. Jones. Please don't apologize.
No, I've already apologized to the parents over and over again.
Because we know you're
I don't apologize to you.
Objection.
Don't apologize to you.
You're going to do it again.
Objection, Judge.
Aren't you?
Objection. Objection. Argumentative.
I don't apologize to you.
Well, it's hard for me to get a word in edgewise.
It is, but I
Because
think
your
there's
client
one
is-
officer of the court and one witness and an officer of the
So why
court
don't
heard
we
the
move
objection.
on, and I can't rule on your attorney's, excuse me,
I'm sorry. Screaming at me.
I can't rule on your attorney's objection.
Understand.
He's talking, and he may have legitimate.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Because there's going to be another Robbie Parker, isn't there?
Objection, Judge.
No.
Sustained.
There's going to be another.
Objection.
Can I get my questions out?
When it's the same form, second time, the inference is it's going to also be objection.
I didn't say Parkland was fake. I didn't say Uvalde was. And no, okay, so that's a fact.
What did you say about Aurora?
Objection.
What, before this?
What did you say about Aurora?
Excuse me,
I'm
are you
objecting to the
objecting to
question.
your
I believe it was a real
client?
shooting, but he was in a mind control program, just like Theodore Kaczynski. Sorry.
Are you objecting to your client's answers, Attorney
Both, Judge,
Pattis?
both the answers and the questions. This is a courtroom, not a drama, not a struggle.
So here's what I'll tell you, Mr. Jones.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
You're in a court of law. You have to follow the rules as the attorneys do, who are officers of the court, and they are accountable to me, and I will deal with them. However, while there were media in the room, this is not a press conference. This is clearly not your show, and you need to respect the process.
I understand.
Whether you like it or not, you have to follow the rules.
I understand, Your Honor.
So just take a breath, have a little water if you like, and wait for the next question.
Judge, I believe there's another admonishment as to
Oh,
the-
counsel, I'll see you on a sidebar. If I admonish anybody, it's gonna be both of you, okay? You're shouting over your client, you just have to stop. Okay, so let's get the next question and let's move forward.
Mr. Jones, there's going to be another mass shooting.
Objection.
One word basis, hearsay, irrelevant, what is it? One word,
Argumentative.
overruled.
There's going to be another mass shooting, isn't there?
Are you saying I'm going to shoot people? Like, how do I know there's been another mass shooting? Like, it's my fault. People think I killed the kids. I mean, that's my answer to you.
Let me see if I can ask my question again.
Sure.
You expect there's going to be another mass shooting, don't you?
There probably will be.
And when there is, you're going to be ready to pounce, right?
Objection.
No.
No?
Relevance.
All right. Why don't you look at your screen there, sir? Pull exhibit 76, Mr. Jones, please.
Did you say 76?
Yes.
Yes, that is full exhibit.
Pull it for everybody. This is your homepage, right? Infowars.com?
I can't. please. Yes.
This is Mikhail Gorbachev, right? He died about 3 weeks ago, didn't he?
Yes.
Why don't you pull up the right side of the page? A little bit bigger, please, just the part survey there. And you're asking your audience that comes to your page to take a survey, aren't you? Correct?
Yes, I didn't write the survey, but.
And the survey is,
Good questions.
what will be the most likely deep state false flag ahead of the midterms, right?
Yes.
What's the first option?
The mass shooting, but I didn't write the poll.
Excuse me, sir. Mass shooting?
Yes.
And so when the next mass shooting comes, you're already conditioning your audience to believe that it's a fake staged event, aren't you?
Objection.
Well, false flag doesn't necessarily mean staged. It means they let it happen.
How many people responded to this survey, sir?
I don't know. Wasn't looking at it.
But there's going to be a mass shooting. And you're inviting your audience, even now, even after all this, to suspect that the next people, the next Robbie Parker, the next family are actors too, aren't you?
Objection. Argumentative.
No, I didn't say Uvalde was staged. I said the police did that for 77 minutes. And I don't know the others either.
Yeah.
Power grid collapse, terror plot, bombing, COVID.
Right. Could
The
be
U.S.
any of these.
government said the Russians.
It could be any of these, right, Mr. Jones?
The U.S. government said the Russians staged a false flag to start the Ukraine war, and I believe it.
Right, Your Honor.
Yeah, they're real.
So, Mr. Jones, whenever the next mass shooting strikes, we can be pretty sure what you're going to do, right?
Objection. Speculative.
Yes or no?
I didn't write that poll, but I stand behind it. I've never seen that poll, but I think that's a reasonable question.
I'm done, Your Honor.
All right, so we are going to end here for the day. Ron will collect your notepads. I know you're tired of hearing me say it, but it is just so important that you continue to make all reasonable efforts to make sure that you avoid any and all media coverage of this trial or anything or anyone that is in any way, shape, or form related to it. Please be careful when you leave the courthouse to avoid anyone involved in the trial or any of the media. We will start again tomorrow at 10, so you'll be here around 9:45. And if there are any issues, which I hope there are not, we'll follow that very important and specific procedure I told you about with respect to the notes. So hopefully we'll have some better weather tomorrow. Everyone have safe travels home, and we will let the jury go, and I will speak with counsel.
All right, Judge, are you adjourned or are you staying?
No, I'm on the record.
Okay, thank you.
You can say. I can do it, you want to do it in a sidebar, or would you like to do it right here?
Right here is fine too.
Okay. How are we going to avoid this problem tomorrow? Because I assume your client wants to.
I'm not sure the problem is mine. I raised an objection and my adversary didn't stop for a ruling. He kept going, and I believe I'm entitled.
All right, so Attorney Pattis, the record will reflect that your client just kept giving answers quicker than you could get your objection out, pretty much. It is literally impossible to rule when the question is being answered before you even got your objection out. There's only so many times I can tell someone, don't answer a question when your attorney objects. But what I'm not gonna have is what we just saw. So I don't know, I leave it in your capable hands to figure out a way that we don't have outbursts tomorrow.
When I'm objecting argumentative, and my client is baited into responding, I believe it's the court's responsibility and counsel's responsibility to get a ruling on the objective. On the objection.
How do how do I do that when I can't even hear you because your client is giving his answer through your objection? It is impossible. I cannot possibly.
I would ask you to stop him from speaking then, so that I can be heard. I think the last 4 or 5 questions were argumentative, and I'll probably.
You want me to stop your client from speaking?
When there is an argument going on between he and counsel and I'm objecting and argumentative answers, yes.
Physically, you want me to stop him from speaking? I'm
Well,
not,
if you have the means to
I'm
do
trying
that.
to be as polite as possible, And I've told him the record will affect how many times I've told him, and he tells me he understands.
My record is clear, Judge. When the counsel here are the professionals. I've made argumentative objections, and my adversary continued to raise his pitch tone, made appeals to the gallery, to the public, perhaps to the press, back turned to my client, screaming. That's inappropriate in any courtroom. I don't care if my client's up there baking cookies. I think it's the court's responsibility to stop that, and that's what I was asking to be done. I don't know.
Okay, so how about we do this tomorrow then? So I will have a zero tolerance policy from now on with counsel. So you can expect a contempt hearing if anybody steps out of line. And Mr. Jones, same thing. So, sir, you got to do a better job of following the courtroom rules, all right, with respect to your responses. I do not want to have a contempt hearing. I do not, I'm going to say it again, I do not want to have a contempt hearing. I don't. So please talk to your attorney, and tomorrow will be another day, right? Anything else at this point?
Nothing for the defense, Judge.
No, you're right. Thank you.
We're adjourned.